Well, it's time to get back into the zone. Yesterday, we were seeing it just bang, 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 bang. Execution, execution. That's what it's all about right here on Live Trading. Let's get right after this market. You guys hit the like. Let's get it started. It's time for none other than Live Trading with Benzinga. Winner, winner. Get that chicken dinner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's get it started. Let's bring on the boys. The boys. Here they are, ready to get into this market. And looks like I don't know what's going on with Zunaid's mic, but it sounds like it's loud back there.
It is. It's a party. It's a party. It's still loud?
I think you got to switch mics. It's just my ears, maybe. You know how the StreamYard loves to mess things up. I don't know if we're getting it from your headset.
Mic check 1, 2.
All right, we're good. We're good. I'm just probably a little loud. It's just my ears. All right, let's keep going. Let's get right into the market. Of course, there's a lot going on today. Election day. Election day. We'll see what happens. Will the Senate, get, a red sweep? Will it be a blue? Well, I'll tell you one thing. We're trying to be green today. Now, that I definitely can tell you. So we'll be watching the markets, of course, trying to get some good trades in. And I got something to tell you guys. Guess what? I actually put on a swing trade yesterday. Can you believe it, guys? A swing trade? No way. This could never be, right? Well, I did. I got BTU. I kept the last little position that we were in. It got as high, pretty high up there. I'll go ahead and I'll share my chart to kind of show you guys that. Yesterday almost got to the 30 spot, but I was like, you know what? I haven't done a swing trade or a day trade to swing trade in a long time. Let's swing this BTU. It has a daily outlook. Could pull back today. We get stopped out, but it's the last little shares. Looking for this to kind of really give us a nice win. I was up about 7% yesterday, still up about 6.6% on the position. So we're going to look to get this to work. If it can get back above the 30s today, I think we can start heading towards 31 and 32. And that's when we'll get kind of like a 10%, 15% gain on the remaining shares. So that's going to be my outlook on the swing trade. Yes, it's been a while since I've done a swing trade, but not looking bad into the morning.
Nice job so far. Real quick, just to cover up some administrative stuff. Red Del Papa, we were not late. Pre-market prep had an extra interview today. Good job, by the way, Mitch.
Yes, Gene Munster. We had to get to Gene. It's hard to get to him on. He doesn't even do video anymore, so it's just we had to sneak him in there at 9 a.m.
Absolutely.
So if you guys did not catch Gene Munster on pre-market prep, well, then what are you doing? Check out our best morning show, pre-market prep. It gets you started for the market, and then of course we come in trying to smash it, but. Let's go ahead. Let's get right towards the market. What else you got for us on the?
Yeah, let me roll through these real quick. I'm going to leave Zunaid plenty of time here.
Take care.
So first things first, let's just take a look at the movers tool and then one more stock from yesterday. So first of all, NRBO today really kind of sinking here. We'll see if this ends up getting, bouncing and providing a trade, but just be really careful catching a falling knife. NRBO has been a stock that we've traded before here on this program. It's been part of the relative volume. We're seeing a big sell-off here this morning. So just kind of keep this in mind. This might bounce here today. So I just wanted to alert it right away. Next one here is going to be ICCM. This is a stock that I've actually never traded before. I think they did have a PR here this morning. IceCure's ProSense achieved significant milestone in Medicare coverage for breast cancer procedures. So you're getting breast cancer in the headline there. We'll probably go through that PR here a little bit once the market opens. I'd be looking for this to curl back up. So we don't need to necessarily take this right out of the gate. We just need to see if it can take out some of these levels here. And I'm just going to go ahead and mark them off here on the chart. All right, I'm going to obviously mark off the top one here. We might get a little bit little bit of resistance in here right as we approach 2, but we'll see. Let me go back to the 15-minute and the hourly. Look at these spots hiding in here. So we'll keep an eye on ICCM. I think that this might have to curl here. We want to wait for this to actually show some upside potential. Right now, we've bled back a majority of the gains from the 275 pre-market high. Next here is going to be Ride. This is, of course, Lordstown Motors. This actually pretty good pre-market chart formation here. Do have a catalyst. Lordstown Motors are trading higher after the company announced Foxconn will invest $170 million in the company. So what we're looking for here is some upside moves. Of course, I'll go ahead and turn on VWAP when the market actually opens here, but we'll see if Lordstown can get going here. We've traded this one quite a bit. This obviously moved with the EV craze. But looks like it might be giving us an opportunity here today. Next one is Spiro Therapeutics. This is ticker SPRO. And this really, for me, we really need to take out 215. We need to take out this entire consolidation area from the pre-market. Really, this 204 to 215 level, we want to clear this completely out. As long as this can stay above 2, maybe we can attack that high of 224 today and have an opportunity. Now, Cold and Soxel are on here, but I'm not necessarily going to derive anything from them just gapping up today. We're going to be watching the broader market and how it reacts to some of the headlines here today. So a lot of those ETFs probably on deck here for today. Now, OCUP, this is also trading off here. We'll see if this, or trading down here. We'll see if this bounces. Really, this does look a little bit gappy up to 245. Realistically, we need to kind of take out this last like flush down here. So we'll see if we can get above 230 here and make a move towards 245. We'll keep a couple of these on the back burner. And then most importantly, make sure at some point today you go out and vote. I'll be doing it right after this show here today. Hey, what do you got for us, my man?
I'm going to do a quick mic check. How am I now?
You sound clear, but it's still
still loud. Okay, here. I'm going to do a count. Let me know. 10, 9, 8, 7.
8.
So this is good.
Perfect at 8. They were perfect at 8.
Mic check 1, 2. I'm good?
Yep. Mic check 1, 2. What is this?
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and go through a couple of tickers here. I'll go through the watch list that I typically have. Got a couple of trades already set up on Tesla. You can see you had support levels here yesterday, which I am going to see if it acts as resistance around the 196.50 area. So I've got sell orders ready to go at 195.97 and 196.43. If those get triggered on E-Trade, which I should log into right now, I am going to go ahead and buy puts and all the other good stuff. Stop loss for me is going to be above 197.03 or so. Let me go ahead and see what else we've got here. I know I got other triggers ready to go. Where are my orders at? What do I have? Tesla and NVIDIA. Yes. NVIDIA. This was a nice little trade for me yesterday. I'm going to talk about it. You can see I've got this cute little pattern here. I'll be honest, I don't know what it's called, but I just end up, drawing the trend lines and the crayons, and I end up trading it the way that I like. I did go short here, right? You can see me go short, but then I got stopped out when it kind of gave me a false breakdown. Then when it broke out above, I went long here at 141.58, and then I went ahead and sold here at 142.38 because I saw this resistance area right above here. Clearly, it went much, much higher, but since we've got a chance to play NVIDIA yesterday, I'm going to see if I can go ahead and play it again today. However, this time it's going to be the reject of the 150. So I've got sell orders ready to go at 149.86, 149.95 with stop losses at 150.28. Taking profits at 149.55 and then 149.44. Maybe I'll be a little, for now, we'll leave it right around the 30s, if you will. But that's what I've got on ticker NVDA. Yeah, it's called a wedge, but I don't know if it was like, some people have some different fancy names and things like that. But yeah. And then let me see what else we've got here. You guys know I suck with words and numbers and a lot of other things. But here we go. On Amazon, I'm going to look to see if it wants to come back and test this $90 level, which had kind of played into support, then acted as resistance. Then when it broke out, it finally moved to the upside. So we'll see if 90 comes into play. If not, I kind of want to go short around 92, but I don't have the cleanest. Words are hard. It kind of doesn't have the cleanest levels for me, I'll be honest. I'm going to kind of ignore it. But I will say, hello. How can we not talk about this? Okay, I'm sorry. If anyone went ahead and took BWAC yesterday, you are wild. Well, I don't know. Let me see where it is pre-market. It's 26. So those lottos that we purchased at $1.48 yesterday, I personally sold them with AB on the show at $3. So that was 100% gain for me. But of course, you guys not look back because I like to make my life miserable. I saw that they were going as high as $7. So those lottos went as high as $500, or excuse me, 500%. So hopefully some of you enjoyed those gains yesterday. I did go ahead and take a trade on DWAC yesterday here as well when I bought some at 22.27 and then sold some at 22.88. Wait, 21. Okay, cool. Oh, that was a bit bigger gain than that. But as you can see, I always continue to miss out on these bigger moves to the upside because I'm just catching my gains a little too early. But regardless, $30, definitely expect that to be an area of resistance right over here. So we'll keep an eye on DWAC. If we want to short it, we can go ahead and try to get something at around 30. Let me actually go ahead and make an alert, maybe around 50s, and then of course right around here as well, so you guys can enjoy. Matter of fact, I'm going to mute my trading view because I have more sound effects ready to go when I enter a trade, get out of a trade, and I don't want to bother anybody with that. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Let's see. Veru, did you already go over Veru? I'm sorry.
I did not go over Veru. No, I actually forgot to go over Veru and DWAC. Glad you covered DWAC. Why don't you just roll with Veru right there?
Cool.
You're seeing a lot of the same things I am based on those
Perfect.
levels.
We got less than a minute. So on Veru, you can see we shorted 1560s yesterday, and we went ahead and quickly covered at 1570s. Matter of fact, in the same 5 minutes. So now we have to get over the hump of this 1575. We'll see if we're able to do that or not. But that's what I've got on Veru. Nothing too crazy on the SPY, though. The 280, of course, is an area of support that I'm hoping for, and 282 is kind of like the range here, simply based on the action yesterday and also what we've got in pre-markets. If it cracks either level, I would expect this fib line to go ahead and possibly be tested as well. So right now, we'll see what happens, but that's what I've got in terms of level. My focus is going to be on Tesla, since that one could pop up immediately to the upside and give us our short entry. But other than that, I don't really have anything bang, bang, if you will, to trade, but we'll go ahead and see. And obviously, you know, pay attention to maybe some of the wheat stocks. If election news comes out, this, that, the other, if you want to play lottos on it, maybe you can play it to the upside, downside, depending on how the vote turns out. But here we go. Good luck, everybody.
Becca's saying, ask the 8-ball if Trump will really make an announcement today. So I think what Becca's saying here is that's really tied to DWAC, right? He kind of floated a rumor about making an announcement on the 15th after the midterms have gone past. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. We can do that. I would say, you know, one of the things that our chat was saying this morning, Benzinga Pro Chat, that is regarding DWAC, is that might be a sell the news event, right? Buy the rumor, sell the news. So just be careful about that. You actually might get a run up in DWAC into that, only to have it, you know, sell off when the actual announcement comes. I don't know what's going to happen, but maybe we will do that here a little bit later, Becca. That's a good idea.
Let's see. We've got NVIDIA. That's the focus at the moment. We'll see if it wants to pop to that 150 level or not. Oh, I forgot to go ahead and turn on my options. So let me go ahead and sign in there. I'm a little bit of a mess today. There we go. But of course, if there are any other tickers y'all want to take a look at, let me know. I do have a buy order ready to go at 380.05 on the SPY. Let me go ahead and get my options ready as well in case that hits.
Pulling up my relative volume scanner here.
Let's see what we got.
Okay. Sorry, it's taking me a sec to get.
You're fine. I'm trying to figure out my charts here on. There we go. Okay.
Gotta get comfortable before you start trading, right? That's the whole thing.
Amen to that.
Amen to that. SPRO moving here a little bit. Remember, what we really need to see is a 215 to 217 takeout. We're not quite there on SPRO, but it is holding here. So maybe this will actually curl up. Let's check on Ride. Town Motors.
I went ahead and got filled on my SPYs, so I'm going to go ahead and take some longs here. Oh my God, those spread are terrible. Man.
Okay, ride at the 230 here. On Ride here. Let me go ahead and throw your screen up there. I'll watch Ride here. 230 is what we really need for an upside move here. Got a high of 239 right out of the gate. Coming right back to 230 here. Haven't seen ICCM pop up on the relative volume scanner yet. I'll check that here in a sec. Ride 229, really struggling to get over that point here. Let me check ICCM real quick.
I'm into the SPY.
Go ahead.
The SPY 385 calls expiring January 20th. I got filled at 1423. All you.
Ride just took out 230 here. ICCM, first move here is down. This is why I wanted to wait for it to find footing. Didn't think it was going to go right away. Ride took out 230. They put a bid under it, trying to push up here a little bit of size here at 232 on Ride. I have no position in this yet. I did not get the 230 break.
SPY really battling at this 380 level. Or take profits at 380.45.
Ride, they refreshed 230 with an offer. So a lot of stock there at 230. So this is, again, Ride doesn't have the strength to go through on that first move. We'll see if it builds up here. This isn't done yet. Ride would really need to come back and take out, come back towards 2 for this to really be over. We'll see if it can get back above 230. Go ahead.
Well, so it's just still battling there, but something I wanted to call out is if anyone had their Benzinga Pro option squawk on yesterday. Matter of fact, did I talk about it maybe here?
No.
About how they were purchasing the 180 puts on Tesla? As by the way, SPY's about to take me out here.
Oh my
They were
gosh,
purchasing the 180
now.
puts. Yep. So I went and purchased those lottos
Great
and
call.
just sold for 180% gain. So that's why. So you got to have Benzinga Pro. You got to have the option squawk on because any options I'm seeing, I'm calling it out, and then you can decide if it's worth your hard-earned money or not. Oh, barely got saved with my stop loss there on SPY.
And remember, yesterday we were talking about dip buying Tesla, right? The spot was 200. It broke through 200 to the downside, tried to bounce, really just kind of sold off into the close, and now we're seeing some continuation on that. Excuse me.
Yeah, now you gotta. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel these orders possibly on Tesla because clearly it doesn't matter at the moment since it's already kind of dropped quite a bit. Those levels aren't going to come into play for quite some time, perhaps. But okay, cool. Now we have 188 as support quickly. Let's see if it goes ahead and comes back down or not. We are still in this SPY trade. We're literally at break even at the moment. And let's go ahead and check out what we've got.
Ride back at 230 here. Ride back at 230. They're actually hitting the seller that was refreshed there at 230. So that's real. They're taking some of it, loaded up a little bit more here. If this 230 breaks again, this might have some squeeze potential here on Ride. Veru, first move here down from 15. We're down to 1420 here. So really struggling with that 15 level. Sorry, Zunaid.
You're fine. I went ahead and purchased some Ride. I don't know if you're in, but I got some here at 230s. Stop loss for me is 223 if it cracks below VWAP.
Sure. I actually think that's a really great trade setup, right? You got some pretty good risk to reward there. 7 cents to the downside. Realistically, I think we could easily go to 239 and test that, and we might even pop above here. So, Nate, I might join you right here at 229. And as soon as I put an order,
get a dip.
I put it down, it goes down.
Right.
Same stop there, 223.
SPY went ahead and took my stop loss. So I'm going to go ahead and close out my SPY contracts here for a loss as well. I got in at 14.23. I got out at 14.16. So I'll take that one. Of course, SPY bounces right back up.
Here we go on Ride, 234 now. I have, in accordance with what I've been doing the past several weeks, I don't have full-size positions here, so I won't be scaling out. If we do attack 239, I'd wait for a break of that to fill the order on the sell side. Buddy's gone. He came for a quick pet, then he dipped.
Let's see if we get... All right. What trade was I just in? I need to put that here so I can focus on it as well.
By the way, last night, Ride go up to 232 here. By the way, last night, HIMS, ticker HIMS, HIMS, HIMS and HERS health shares are trading higher. The company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. Company also issued Q4 and fiscal year 2022 sales guidance. above analyst estimates. So it looks like we had a raise there and a beat. Now we're really struggling to get above 6 here on HIMS, pulled back to 554, excuse me, 544. We'll see if HIMS can get gear, and really would be interested on a move through 6 on HIMS.
I'm going to go ahead and put an order out to purchase HIMS at 502 with a stop loss at 489 and take profits at 525. If it gets filled throughout the day, cool.
Huge
If
seller
not,
at ride 235. They took half of it already. Not strong enough to get through on that first attempt. Watch these second attempts here on ride 235. Big seller there. And I think
50,
if that goes, 239 is next.
$50 is the focus here on. Actually, let me cancel that. Did I get it already or no? Let me see.
Becca, SKYT. That's the second time that you mentioned. Let's take a look at that. That's Skywater Technologies. Ooh, popping here. Which one was this? Because we talked about this on the, we talked about water as kind of a theme, potential theme for 2023. And I can't remember if this is one of the stocks that fit into it. Pure Play Technology Foundry that offers advanced semiconductors. No, so this is a semis play here. Okay, regardless, great move here on SKYT.
I tried to go short Coinbase on the 50 crack. I completely missed it, and there it is, 80 cents in the money. If it comes back, I'm going to put an order out to go ahead and purchase $50 puts on Coinbase. Right now, it's going for $345. I'm going to go ahead and purchase an order out there for $310. So it's a limit order, putting it out there for $310. If I get filled, I'll let you know. But for now, I don't have an entry on it. Matter of fact, sorry, real quick, I want to grab it here since it's approaching 50. So I went ahead and got filled at 345.
Ride back at this 235 here, and they're clearing out more of the stock that's for sale. Let's see if it's got enough juice to get through this spot here on ride. Nope, not this time. We'll see if they get back there. Real quickly, Becca, SKYT. This is an interesting one here, right? This is the, we're off the bottom here. So semi play, one of the smaller semi plays, looking pretty good though. Off the bottom here, really, I think what we need to do is take out this 11 line, right? We kind of moved into this consolidation area here on the chart. So I think when this falls, maybe we can make a run at 20 here on SKYT. This is a good one to add. Let me see if this is on my semiconductors watch list. Semis. It's not. It is now. Thanks, Becca. Good shout on this one. No trade, no position on this yet, but definitely watching this $11 mark here on SKYT. Let's check back in on ride here. Ride back at 234. We'll see if it can take out that 235 again. And then 239 going to be your next spot. Buddy is looking for animals to hunt. Right back up at 235. They added a little bit more stock for sale. There it goes. And 235 is down. So, okay, 239 going to be next here if we can keep moving. Let's see if we got the juice. Come on, ride. If I get stopped out after this move now, that's going to be disappointing.
I'm going to
go
so
a little bit more stock here at 235, but nothing like before. Boom, they took it. 236 up now. Come on, ride. Complete this trade.
Riding on up.
It's riding. I like what you did there, Mitch.
I'm gonna go short the SPY here on the equity side at 379.74.
Urban Farms, great question here. Historically, are midterm election days positive or negative? Urban, I'm sorry, I actually don't have any seasonality data on the day itself. I know that the 8 to 12 months post midterms are generally good for the market. Normally outperforms, but I don't have any data for the actual day itself. Great question, though. Let me know if you come across that. Maybe I'll Google that here in a bit.
Only thing in the red, communication services, everything in the red, technology and energy on the downside here. So just be careful there. Oil coming off the tape here, technology coming off the tape. That's not good. Consumer cyclical down big here. Looks like the SPY is trying to free fall right now, at least for the moment being. I'm going to take a look at the bigger stocks to see if some of those are in the green. And you can see Apple was trying to go up right before the bell, came down fast. Same thing for Microsoft. So look at those bigger stocks. Look at Amazon's move down here. When these leadership, they continue to come lower, we are going to end up probably being lower on the SPY. And so that's what I'm watching for. Easy bogey. And Tesla now down toward the 189.02s. They keep flushing Tesla. So will the SPY go, right? I mean, look at the SPY now, 379. So let's see if we get a little bounce in these big boys. But right now, big downside action. I love how you guys put me up. Didn't even have the charts up.
Well, I can't control your computer. I can only
No
control
worries.
the screen.
I'm just laughing because
Ride back off that spot, but doing a pretty good job holding here. VWAP 229, by the way, on Ride. See if we can get back to 239 on this move here.
Come
back
on,
to
charts.
VWAP on Ride.
Wake up. Gotta reload chart here.
I wasn't done analyzing your desktop.
I know, right? Come on, you guys. You guys got to see me hang out with my boy, Gary V. Looking for run. On the run. Oh, I already missed it. Come on, Mitch. You're sleeping. That's going to upset me today, guys. Run was my top watch, but I was sleeping here when I got here, so.
Looks like SPY came up and now it's testing VWAP. And looks like coin is going to go to the upside from that 50. I'm going to stick with coin unless it breaks 52. Matter of fact, I'm down on these contracts right now. I'm
Ride, stopped out of Ride.
At least if you guys know I wanted run. I'm a little annoyed. I missed that already. A really nice trade there. Easy trade too. Easy setup. That's what happens when you're not here. Sleep. Such a nice little rule of three play there on run. I'm gonna have to look to see if I can catch any other solar plays, but definitely not a bad play there. Max N pushing also. Solar's up 5%. Of course, SEDG reported today. That's up 18%.
Right, bummer move there. This
we came so close. Again.
Are you still in it, Zunaid, or did you get stopped out?
No, I got stopped out. If you can see right here, we were so close. So we had our entry right here, and our take profits were around the 39s. And of course, you guys know me; it came as high as 37. So unfortunately, we went ahead and took an L on the trade.
Sorry, Zunaid, that's my fault.
Sleep, sleep, sleep. I need a hug. I need it. Where the hugs? Sleep.
All right, there's Ride to the downside. This is why your first stop is the best stop, as Ryan says.
You got it, Z. You got
SPY
it.
Heading down fast here. Like success here.
Yeah, success pretty good. Actually, Mitch, as far as a success trade, we just crossed through the VWAP. We're kind of back testing it right now. I think I like this with you, my man.
Just got some at 5101. Go playing that success. Let's go.
I have no position in success, although I do like that setup there, Mitch.
Okay. Added a little bit there at the 80s. It's pulling back fast here, so I'm looking to add. Can add in the 68. Then I'm going to have to risk off to the 50-50.
Oh, I think I got to sneeze. Excuse me.
All right. I got about 84s as the average. I want to see this 50s hold.
Thank you, Mingo. Appreciate it. Take a look at DWAC. Crow, are you on DWAC? Crow saying DWAC going green here. Are you trading that? Your levels have been pretty spot on too.
Who you D-whackers out there?
DWAC.
Well, we talked about this being a potential sell the news or buy the rumor, sell the news event. First move on DWAC was down right into one of the areas where it took the leg up yesterday. And then we immediately bounced back to the VWAP. So as far as a long side trade here, one of the things I'd like to see is a reclaim of this VWAP and then maybe a little bit of a build above as opposed to keeping below it. This might just blast right through it, though. That's one of the other things. We've seen DWAC move around quite a bit here. No
I'm going to take yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a risky trade on this one. I'm going to try to trade it off of the VWAP. It looks like, of course, it's going to come right back down. My stop loss on this is going to be 25.84. Take profit is going to be 28.44. I like the 2-to-1 risk reward. We'll see if I go ahead and end up getting filled to the upside or downside or not. Looks like my trade on Carvana so far is working out.
Nice.
Yeah, we've got a stop loss here at 7.16. So looking to take profits at 6.55. I may not get to 6.55 till later on in the afternoon. It just depends. But again, I just wanted that nice 2-to-1 risk reward, see if it works out in my favor or not. Let's go back to the SPY, as that one's rejecting VWAP at the moment.
Brandon, no one had, not that I'm aware of, no one had trouble here this morning. Reach out to our team if you're having trouble, though.
And there's a stop on DWAC when it got executed to the downside, taking a loss at that.
Yeah, really needed to get it, reclaim that VWAP and get above it. And it might still, we haven't yet here. GRWG, nice move up there. Are all of the cannabis names moving, or is it just this one?
Well, I mean, there's some states, right, that have
That's what I'm
legalization.
saying. That's why I'm
right?
asking.
Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, North Dakota, South Dakota. It's a good trade today, actually. Good talk there, guys. Definitely keep watch.
Yeah, you know what's interesting here? Grow Generation, the only one that's really up. Tilray, CGC, ACB, they all look pretty similar here.
I like Tilray right here off the VWAP, right? And so now you can risk off that 375. Right here, 377s on a little bit of a pullback.
I'm going to take some puts on the SPY here at the 380 puts expiring January 20th. I got filled at 1551. Good. Just terrible entries for me today. Coinbase. I'm going to go ahead and go short. I don't have Coinbase. Yeah, it's not going to let me go short Coinbase.
Looking for some bigger volume there to come in on that Tilray, but it doesn't look too bad. That's still battling here.
Jay Wild saying, what's going on with SFET? Looks like a split, but no news. I don't see any split news in here. E-commerce customers recognize safety group's enterprise privacy unit. Looks like a fresh PR here this morning. Halted on circuit breaker, but is this halted now? SFET right down here. Yeah, I guess it is. There you go.
Hourly chart looks really nice there on Tilray.
SFET is not halted. Hoodie is halted.
367.
I'm underwater on my Coinbase short, but I'm going to add to the position here at 270s.
Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin bouncing here. Interesting.
FTX has supposedly stopped withdrawals.
Oof, that is not good.
Well, let's go ahead and check out Coinbase. So
I
like this.
Good.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
I like
good.
this on Coinbase with a VWAP right there. I would not be surprised if we go ahead and test the 50 and then break the 50 here. Let me go and put my chart up. I tried to short the equity side on TradeStation, but it looks like it's a hard to borrow stock now. So that's why I went via puts. But if it goes ahead and breaks 52, this will be a big loss for me because I'm a little over positioned on this one.
I'm going to take a little bit of Tilray here for a swing trade on the day. Going to risk off the 367. I said it, guys. Swing trade on the day. So smaller size, of course. I'll just start getting an entry here. Risking off the 367. So I got big room. Even the low of the day today is only 72. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of room, look for this to run. Hopefully the election can give it that push. Success, I'm about to get cut here and then take a hit there, but hey, it happens.
Market turning back up here. Run moving towards highs. I think it was Sydney. Sid, were you shouting the solar ETF tan earlier? Looks like run here pushing to highs as well.
Yeah, getting out of success there. Got hit
Check
hard
for
there,
solar.
but it happens. Definitely solar was the best play for me today on run. I just wasn't here at the bell, and that's what happens when you sleep. You don't get the cheese.
I was dead
there
wrong
today.
on
Easy
Coinbase.
cheese.
Ended up taking about $1,000 loss on those puts, so that really sucked. I am surprised it broke through VWAP, but that's what I get for being a little oversized.
If FTX goes, I mean, I'll tell you right now, this is what I mean by these platforms not having the credibility anymore in the long run, and that's why I'm so kind of bearish on Bitcoin overall still, is because it's going to cause such a disgust taste in the investor's mouth that had, of course, any of these platforms. Coin looks like a good short to me. It just needs a little bit more of a pop here. It's close towards the 5270s. I can risk off 53s. Doesn't seem too bad. You can get a starter here off the VWAP, but it does look like it's trying to bounce a little bit strong here.
Zunaid, from a process standpoint here, now that you've taken an L on this, are you going to try to trade this again to make that back, or are you going to move to a different ticker?
The reason I'm going to try to come back and trade this one to the short side is simply because of what's going on in the crypto market, right?
Gotcha.
But then I need it to come back down and close below VWAP and continue the break of 50. So that's the reason I am going to. So it's more so of, I still believe in the idea of a short. I was just wrong short term in the short, but that's what I'm talking about. Looks like Mitch wants to talk about run. Let's see what we've got in run. What would you trade here?
You're good. I'm just more like, what a miss.
Definitely. Oh, you missed this one. Okay.
Yeah, what a miss there. I mean, that was literally my stock to watch today. I just wasn't watching it when I got here. Easy levels to read there. The 24 was really nice. And the reason why this worked out, I think a lot of it was you got positive kind of action from SEDG. So this is a good lesson in kind of looking for stock plays like this. So if you're looking for a play to do well, it doesn't do that well yesterday. But what do we look for? Industry outlook. Can we get maybe some earnings to give it some uplift? Exactly what we got there today in Solar Edge. Now you're seeing run take a nice little push. And this could have been really nice, easy pattern here to read. It's not like it was a hard pattern. So definitely got to take advantage when we get easy patterns like this and we can just catch it. And it did even the pullback run again. So that's a throwback. When it comes up here, it comes right back towards the resistance here and then gets the next leg up. Not a bad move there. Run.
Sabrina saying run loaded up in 3 positions yesterday. Sabrina having a nice day here this morning. Good job. Be sure to book some of those gains.
The only position I think that I have open, nope, I lied. I have 2. One of them is actually open, which I'll talk about here in a second. But on Carvana, I'm still short 200 shares. Waiting to take profit at 655. Again, no idea if this trade will work out now, later on, or if ever. But on open, I do have a position here at 155, and the reason is they had the 150 calls coming in on the ask expiring this week. They purchased approximately $50,000 worth. I like the fact that the 150 held, so that's why I have my stop loss 2 cents below it, and I'm looking to take profits around 162 or so on ticker OPEN. Let's come back and check out what this market's doing. Coming right back up. That 380 went ahead and failed, but that 375.50 went ahead and held.
Looks like it got shorted off the VWAP there. It's starting to come down there. Gonna leave it alone for now.
LIV is smart here.
Of course.
LIV saying, for me, it's good lesson not to chase. I would have gotten run now, but I'm watching Mitch. He's not chasing, nor am I. So I think that's smart, man. Mitch is trying to wait for a proper setup so he can make a better entry. And I think that that's a smart process move here, as opposed to just chasing whatever is running.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about being ready for the execution, right? And another thing is a lesson in execution, right? Either you're there in time, you're there to execute, or sometimes you miss. And the hardest thing that I always had to deal with in trading was dealing with misses. Misses, why they upset you, because you set up an objective plan, right? You set up that I want to take this stock today. It does this type of move, looking for everything. If everything aligns up and you don't take that trade, that's usually where, at least as a trader for me, I used to get the most emotional. And so now I get to the point where it's just like, you guys can even hear the motions, but I'm not going to go and take the trade just to kind of ruin the execution now and then really be upset, because that's when you really get upset.
Yeah.
If you go and chase the stock then and then lose because you went in on probably like a high position, not looking for the strategy outlook, and then you get really screwed there.
And see, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked Zunaid about coin, right? Because I asked him, "Are you going to try to trade this again?" Because I'm thinking about the possible revenge trade, and I'm thrilled that Zunaid, his answer was, "Well, the reason I'm targeting this is because there's something going on in the crypto market, which means it's going to affect the stock." So he's after a catalyst right from the get-go there. And then on top of that, he's actually waiting for a setup. Zunaid, you went on to say that you're waiting for this to actually come into a certain level. So it doesn't feel like you're revenge trading. It feels like you're actually waiting for a setup to try and recoup something.
Yeah, it's you know, and I'm back in it. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the reason I'm looking at it. I'm back in it, and I'm in at 271 for the $50 puts expiring this week. And for me, it's the catalyst. It's the fact that it's below VWAP. Let me go ahead and put up, there we go. It's below VWAP. It's trending downwards with the EMAs as well. It's already cracked 50 before, so hopefully it can go ahead and crack it again. If it cracks the 49, I think we can have a party to the downside. And I did see some options coming in terms of puts as well. So yeah, it's a calculated revenge trade, I think is the best way to say it, because let me not pretend like it's not. It absolutely is. I'm only human. However, it's not just like, oh, you took my money, I'm going to get it back. Watch this. It's more of a, hey, here's why I went in the trade in the first place. I still believe in that thesis, and that's why I'm going long or going short. It looks like you do have a little bit of movement in SQ here. Give me a second while I go ahead and punch in. You've got some flow coming in. Give me a second on Square, and that's going to be the $70 calls coming in on Square, expiring January 20th, approximately $1.5 million worth on ticker SQ. We'll see if it's able to close above VWAP here and make a move to the upside. The reason I'm not going to buy too many shares is because it's a January trade, right? It's not like in a month or two. So maybe this one doesn't work out short term, but we're just going to have a quick little, let me see if they get anything else. But yeah, that's what I've got on that.
NRBO still at the lows here. I know there a lot of people are waiting for a reversal and a bounce.
Apple looks like it's getting hit hard. It looks like there was a big order size. Sorry, I'm just interrupting there. It's not much often that you see on the 1 minute 4 million shares there, right by the VWAP. I don't know if anyone was watching Apple's price action, but something happened there at 139, like 40 area, where there's a lot of volume that came in immediately. And look at the reaction that Apple's having off of that. It's straight to the downside. I have a feeling that this is going to start dragging the market down with it.
The SPY moved at the same time to the downside there, Mitch.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in on the SPY right now. Look at the volume change in the SPY. There's something going on here, team. I think this is election betting here. But let's watch what happens in the next minute or two. I think we're going to have a big reaction here at 10 a.m. A lot of volume building up. You can see that volume. There's not many times that I see the volume go like that, where you're seeing decline, and all of a sudden a big spike in volume. So let's see where the SPY likes to go now, or where some of these bigger stocks are going. I got coin over here on the left-hand side for Zunaid. I know he's still thinking about that one. I still like it too. I was even looking at some other kind of Bitcoin plays like MSTR for that short. I'd look for the VWAP, like another resistance try here, where you start building kind of this pattern here, where you're going to go and you're going to try to break out above here, but then eventually reject right back down. We'll see what happens there. MSTR. SPY looks like it's trying to hold right now. That volume there is very important. Let's see what happens on maybe a 5 minute. So getting out of the 1 minute, are we going to get above there or below the 379.80s?
Crow long on
81, we could get a push. Go for it, Ryan.
Crow long on DWAC here, looking like you're playing for a curl back towards the VWAP right around 27 here. I'm actually going to pass on this. I want to see it above VWAP. I want to have some confirmed strength, but good luck on that, Crow. You've been on fire recently. So good luck on your curl trade here. Move through 26. Hopefully takes it to 27 for you.
Oh, come on,
Granola
man.
bar, huh, Mitch?
You know it. It's that time of the morning.
Actually, I'm going to go to the washroom and get some tea because it is that time. You're right.
Here we go. You've got Coinbase coming back to test VWAP. Oh boy, this could be an ugly, ugly morning. It's interesting. I couldn't go short equity here on TradeStation, but I can on E-Trade. But I'm just not going to because I'm so heavy in options. This could we'll see how it goes, chat. By the way, let's get back to Square. See how that's moving, and there it is, Square to the upside. You can see the volume increase when those options came in, and that moved nicely. Now let's go back to Square. That is the focus of the day. Man, I need this 50 to crack, bro. Need this 50 to crack, and let's make a move towards 49s. And then if that cracks, power to the puts. But 100%, what you're watching right now is an educated revenge trade with a side of hopium. That's the reason. That's part of the reason I'm taking it. Like, it was on my watch list because yesterday in our Slack, I went ahead and talked about how, you know, the FTT USD and the crypto was taking a bit of a hit when it crossed 20,000 yesterday, right? So I saw this happen last night, and that's why I had Coinbase on my radar to go ahead and go short today. And of course, the more this goes ahead and plummets, I'm hoping with the FTX news and all that other stuff, Coinbase can be impacted negatively as well. But I think my biggest mistake, if I'm going to continue talking about coin, let me talk about my mistake, I think, is trying to not get the best risk reward. I should have stayed patient and waited for this VWAP, which I would have still lost on this trade. Don't get me wrong. I still would have lost. However, the amount of money I would have lost would not have been as significant. And then kind of waited for this test. And then let's see if we get a break. So I think the biggest lesson I'm going to learn after I journal my trades is I just had terrible entries. So even though my idea was correct, the entries just messed it all up. But we'll see.
And see, in Zunaid, this is one of the reasons why, for me, just flipping over everything that I do to the short side doesn't really work, right? Because those entries have to be on point. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting stopped out of a trade, even when you're on the thesis. Yeah. And the thesis can be correct. So for me, you know, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to scalp so much, is because I'm finding setups where I know I'm going to have success and I don't have to change around my entire trade plan and make sure my entries are absolutely on point.
Yep. And here we go. Coinbase creeping back up. But anyway, let's talk about another ticker. I'll let you guys know if I lose my shirt on this one. Let's go ahead and check out what's going on with the SPY. Looks like it's holding VWAP at the moment. This is a big drawdown that Mitch talked about where there was some interesting activity happening, but looks like it went ahead and held. And now we're, you know, and keep in mind, we can easily just be chopped around here the whole day because we don't know how the elections are going to go, right? So it really, really can just be a chopped up and screwed day because we're waiting for tomorrow, which I would not be surprised at all.
So a couple of things about that, Zunaid. Number one, we might not know the results for several days. There are already a number of states preparing people for that. And then number two, don't forget, we get a CPI print tomorrow. So there could be a lot of action before some of this stuff is resolved. We'll see.
Yeah. I am definitely surprised that that coin is holding up, but let's go ahead and take a look at my Carvana trade. Oh, man. Maybe about 7 cents away from punching money on this one, but it decided to come right back up and test VWAP.
Only 15 cents away there, it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit more than that now, but I was, what is it? It went down to 663s. I have my sells at, or my covers at 655.
I'm sorry. I thought this was a bounce trade.
Oh, no. Looks like it was CPI Thursday or Wednesday. Someone in the chat's asking the.
Oh, did I screw that
Thursday.
up? Let me check here real quick. I'm sorry.
Thursday.
That's okay, pal.
I got it.
I definitely don't want to make those mistakes, but glad we have a group here on top of us. And let me just make sure.
Still in this square short, but got pushed a little bit.
Oh, you
above.
went short. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I'm sorry. See, you're right, guys. I'm really sorry about that. CPI is a lot. So real quick, this is why you get Benzinga Pro. Don't try to memorize everything. All I did here was come in here and find out that I gave you the wrong day. CPI is in fact Thursday. Sorry, Kevin. Sorry, Hammer. And
All
sorry,
right,
Chat.
let me go back to coin, and I promise every time I go back to coin, I'm going to give you a different nugget of my realizations and education. Coin, as you can see now, is coming down and rejecting VWAP, which I believed it would do. However, that's only given me a 5% gain at the moment. Because of my terrible entry, which I got into these puts at 269 when I saw them go as low as, here I can tell you right now, because E-Trade lets me. They went as low as 238. So I could have gotten them $40 cheaper per contract if I had just stayed patient with my entry, and I would have been up 10%, maybe more on these puts. But instead, I'm only up about 3, so let that be a lesson that it's not just about minimizing your losses when you have better entry, but it's also about maximizing your gains when you have better entry. And I'm not going to lie to you. Here is where the revenge factor comes in, because if I was not already down $1,000 on this trade, I would start taking profits right here, which I might just sell a contract or two just so I can tell myself I'm a great professional trader. But the greed in me to get back the money that I lost is like, no, we're going to wait for the crack of 50 and we're going to wait for the flush of 49s. I definitely am not going to wait for 49s. Anybody got time for that? But this is where the mental, emotional aspect of me is like, no, we're going to wait for the break of 50. Because you guys know I love my whole number support and resistance, right? Yeah. So this is where I would take profits. But going back to Square, we went long on this trade right over here, cashed in on it. And, of course, now it's coming up against the previous close, which we know many times can go ahead and be in a form of support or resistance. So if you're in this trade to the long side because of the options that came in, definitely a good area to go ahead and lock some gains in case it wants to test VWAP, or this is just the highest it's going to go. Because keep in mind, those options were all the way out to January, which means they don't need to work now, today, tomorrow, or next month. And you might want to just go ahead and day trade this one. I'm scared as anything, so here I'm back on Coinbase, but I will go ahead and check out the SPY. And look, here we go. We're in this range for now for the past 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
right there.
381. It's so important right now. It can't hold above that 381. I think it's going to reject here, but you got to look at the big boys also. See how Apple's kind of battle here. Apple's making a new low here. It tells me that, okay, now we could probably start seeing that takedown. Microsoft is right at the VWAP and actually made a big up move, so keep your eyes on that one also. Google's in the green here. Let's see what happens on these other ones, because it looks like those are starting to turn. Amazon's still in the red. That one's battling at VWAP right now. So keep my eyes on some of these bigger boys.
All right, I did go ahead and take some gains here on Coinbase.
Nice clawback.
Thanks. I'm still red, but come on, baby, break that 50. You guys have never seen me tweak, but if this somehow, some way goes to 52 before it goes to 49,
tweak.
You gonna see me tweak. Actually, what I'll be like, gentlemen,
tweak.
I'll see you next month. See ya.
And then as soon as the stream ends, the computer goes sailing out.
Oh, for sure. Well, here's the thing about it. I've already prepared. You know why?
Windows open.
Because I'm gonna break a computer, at least one, because I know Black Friday's coming up, and I'm gonna get a sweet deal on another one. Right? So I'm already planning ahead, and there's the crack of 50. But don't you dare come back up. No one in the chat. I know one of you has millions of dollars. Purchase Coinbase. Do not buy the dip. Do not. See? And they're buying the dip. I told you guys not to buy the dip.
It's Eric. I know. I've seen this before. Eric's out there hitting the buy button, being like, I'm going to do a drip buy here. I'm going to squeeze Zunaid. I'm going to joke about it. I'm happy hour later. Eric,
bro, it literally just came back up a little bit.
Oh, man.
You talk. They give it to you, bro. They say... it's like the secret, bro. The law of attraction.
It is the law of attraction, man. And there's a SPY looking to make session highs. Come on, SPY. What happened to consolidation, SPY? Come back down.
What happened to consolidation?
I just dark pulled the buy. Too. I know some of you are secret millionaires just hanging out with us. Carvana looks like that's coming back down a little bit. Rejected VWAP. That's a good sign. We're already up about 46 bucks on this one. So that 1-to-1 trade is already in the bag, but I'm looking for that 2-to-1 because I'm greedy as anyone. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with Coinbase. Still around that 50 bucks.
Ooh,
Boy, I haven't felt this type of pressure in a while. What is it? I'll put it up here.
ALLK. This thing, I always seem to catch this stock late. I don't know what it is about this. Maybe it's just the volume that it trades. I always seem to catch this one late. Just alerted to this one after this huge leg up. We've traded this one before. This has definitely appeared on the scanner before. I know we've traded ALLK before. Huge move here today. Totally missed it. Just running away from the VWAP. No buy here on ALLK right now.
I really wish I was still in Square, but I'm not.
Yeah, Square.
Yeah, I'm getting squeezed, so you should still be in it, bro. You should have known better.
Well, at 63, I mean, that previous close is still struggling. Look,
yeah, that's why
we know how the battle goes when you and I go against each other.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro. What?
I just, man, the fact that it was in January, I just couldn't hold on to it, so I just had to take a quick one. It's like every 3 seconds I come back to Square. Thank the Lord. Yes, there's the crack of 50. Come on, baby. Pay the piper. Let's go. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and punch in some sales. Whew. All right, I went ahead and closed some at $3. I've got 6 contracts remaining, and I'm now down $200. Boy, oh boy, that could
way to stick with it, Zunaid. Honestly, way to stick.
I need to take a walk. I'll be back. I need to take a walk. I'll be back. That was high pressure. I'm sweating. I'll be back.
I mean, if he didn't wear a hoodie all the time while he's in the South, he'd probably be all right. But that's another story.
SPY wants to hold 381 here. So
SPY's still looking like it actually wants to move higher here, to be honest.
It's looking like it. There's a little push. Be careful, guys. You're in the shorts. Be careful. SPY somehow holding. That's how this market is, man.
Anyone want to take bets that Zunaid is lining up 5 shot glasses and just filling them with Fireball and then ripping them?
Fireball? I could see it.
That's what I'd be doing.
Little fireball. Little
fireball shots right there to keep you warm.
I don't know how I'm staying in this square. It might be the wrong thing to do now. But, hey, we'll see.
Not seeing a whole lot of great stuff here on the relative volume scanner.
Nah, it's an interesting day though. That is for sure.
It's just so
basic
early.
Materials, man. Ripping. What is ripping in basic materials? What am I missing today? Copper. Copper making moves, man. FCX. Southern Copper. I think we were talking about that one a couple of weeks ago. Gold making the move. Finally, the gold move is coming in, guys. Look at gold. GOLD is ripping. Guys, got to check out the GOLD trade here.
Real quick, I did go and enter into Veru as that $14 level held. 14.24.
You addict. You addict. You need that dopamine.
Oh, are you kidding me, bro? I'm surprised I don't do cocaine. Look, 14.27 is my entry price here for the crack of 40. I'm going to go ahead and take it out, but I'm looking for that $15 paycheck right up there. I'm still sweating, though. Where's coin at? It's still at 50. Stop buying it, people.
Yo, but gold, I don't know what's going on there.
Veru, by the way, possible move back through the VWAP here, and then I think maybe a 15 test if it can continue to trade up here on Veru. Not in it.
Thanks, Jay. Way to keep it sharp.
Oh, man.
Looks like Jay was mentioning about gold at least. Hope somebody caught that mention. That's what it's about, too, you know? You can't catch everything. You only got 6 eyes.
Guy. Both
you guys got more eyes out there.
All right, in all seriousness, I might just go ahead and close out my Carvana trade since we're up a little bit.
Square, I'm getting the squeeze.
Yeah,
out of Square. SPY squeezing here. I'm out. 2 big losses today, so definitely want to go ahead and focus in here and maybe crawl back a little bit, but tough day, especially when I was looking at run, you know, today, and it's one of those upsetting charts. Could have easily been playing it, but I try to stay away from them after I miss them. So it is what it is. Got to get over it and get another stock here that at least bounces back here. So we'll see what we can find.
Vero just moved through its VWAP. I'd like to see it build above the VWAP here.
I nailed that yesterday.
Let's go. Of course, the push with the market is putting Coinbase up.
God, look at the move in the banks off the bottom.
Hold on, what do I do? What do I do?
For you, nice hourly support around 14. So that's where that's like kind of the best support right now in the hour chart. Looks good. SPY pushing here. What is bringing us up here? Probably industrials and healthcare. That's what's pushing strong right now, guys. Some biotechs getting strong here. Amgen,
industrials might be a leader next year, Mitch.
Oh, I've already mentioned
it.
People are sleeping on the cat and deer. VRTX pushing today. Moderna, yeah, healthcare for sure, man. That's going really strong right now. Industrials, let's find what's strong there. Looks like some railroads having a good time. Cat starting to get back above the VWAP. Boeing looks interesting right now. Nice little tight symmetrical triangle there that you can look for a breakout above 166.50s here now. We'll see if it gets above that, but interesting chart there. I know Boeing had a good day yesterday. Look at General Electric get a little push today. I haven't traded that stock in a very long time, but GE making a move up. That shows us that, yeah, industrial is looking good, man. And what else here do I got? Business equipment stocks. Let's see what's doing well there. VRTV. I don't know what the hell this is, but it's making a move today. It's a little less liquid stock, but just be careful there.
There's Coinbase coming back up against the VWAP. Thank the Lord we took some profits, but obviously we still have 6 contracts that were down about $130 in.
Real quick, Crassy, get some rest, man. It'll go away. We'll still be here when you feel better. Good luck, man. And
definitely, I couldn't trade on Rona either.
Mahmoud mentioning Albemarle. This is actually a great call here. So if we take a look here at Albemarle, first of all, let's take a look at the chart and figure out exactly why he's mentioning this. This chart just absolutely at highs. Huge move here, up 6.5% plus $18. One of the things that, and I'd be looking at this for 2023 as well. One of the things you're seeing here, U.S. government gives grants worth $2.8 billion to build EV battery supply chain. And if you actually look in that story, Albemarle is one of the first stocks mentioned, along with several others in here. FE battery metals, this rings a bell. I feel like we've traded that here together. Canadian mineral exploration, maybe not. FEMFD, the American ticker. Anyway, stuff like this, I think, might be a theme for next. Just kind of what we were talking about with industrials. I think, obviously clean tech energy infrastructure in any case, whether it's a EV grid, EV infrastructure, removal of waste products, anything like that, likely to see a boost here. And so watch for things like this. This clearly having a great effect on Albemarle. Was not in this prior to this move, Mahmoud, but great shout here. Would love to see if you have any other. They also had a raised price target here this morning. To your point, RBC Capital's maintaining an outperform, so they're staying with outperform, but raising the price target to 380. Remember, those are 12-month predictions. Mahmoud, if you like this Albemarle trade, I'd be interested to hear if there are any others in this sector. Okay, so you're giving us LAC. LAC would be, that's Lithium Americas. So here's another one. Let's see what this chart looks like here today. This chart definitely looking good as well. Actually would really love for this to take out 32. Good shout here, Mahmoud. Really appreciate this.
Yeah, the big thing also on ALB, it's a nice one to be a part of. And I mean, another one, is it SLM? No, it's the Chile one.
Chile.
SQM. That one's a really nice one. Look at that one, guys. That one's one of my favorites. So I'll show you guys it. I was just on my other charting service here. But look at the monthly chart on this one, looking like it really was setting up for a nice little push. Look at the daily chart now, starting to push there, looking like it's going to go through 116. And of course, Chile is one of the major places for lithium. And this one is literally in Chile. I think this is one of the ones that you should definitely have on your radar for a longer term play. It's an interesting stock for sure, SQM.
SKYT, that stock Becca shouted for us earlier, really kind of hovering around this $11 mark. If we take a look at the daily chart here, would really like to see it snap 11 and then move towards 12 here. Recent high here right around 20. We'll see if it's got the juice to do that. I like to see this volume expansion here on the daily chart. Would love to see even more buying volume tomorrow. We'll see if that materializes. But SKYT doing a really good job of holding these gains here today, holding right around that key level we identified from earlier.
Your boy's a true degenerate. I wanted to add it to Coinbase. Just one contract though.
You?
Just one. I did. I know. Now I've got 7 contracts worth an average of 266.
At this point, Zunaid, you have such a feel on how that's actually trading today. I'm not really worried with it. I'm just hoping that it doesn't, play any games with you.
Bro,
here.
I just went during that break and wore an adult diaper just in case this goes the wrong way. You know what I mean? Because
I know. You're making the Zunaid size,
I'll be honest though. I'm just glad I recovered $800 of the $1,000 I was down. But you know what's going to piss me off is I could have sold everything and then just been break even on the day. But of course I held on to 6 contracts. And then I don't hate my life enough just yet, apparently. So I wanted to add it 1 more contract for funsies. And now we just see how this goes. But I do have to get going in about 7 minutes. So if you guys want to see me tweak, this needs to happen in 7 minutes. By the way, Vario went ahead and broke VWAP. Now it's coming back to test it. Solid entry point, in my opinion, if you want to get it here. But you have to be able to risk 50 cents and maybe 14 holds. If not, you have to at least wait for 14.25 break as your support level. The 1-to-1 trade on Vario would have absolutely worked out. But again, we're looking for 2-to-1s, which is why we haven't sold. More pain, Zunaid. Hey, look, I'm hoping for more pain, baby, because you can see, look, we've got low. Okay, this is where, what is it? Confirmation bias comes in a way, right? Where you tell yourself stories as to why you're right, and you ask people why you're right, or whatever the case may be. You've got lower lows, or excuse me, you've got lower highs here, right? So the trend is clearly to the downside. Clearly, the 51 keeps rejecting. The 50 needs to break, and it needs to make a move towards the 49s. We already saw it make a move towards the 49.60s, but I need it to continue making a move towards the 49. And of course, if we go and check out the SPY, ooh, I didn't get stopped out. I thought I got stopped out. The SPY ripping to the upside, that doesn't help us, right? So we need the SPY to come back to life, realize that it's not just pump. We need a little bit of dump. And maybe come back and test VWAP. Just test VWAP. It's okay. What happened to the consolidation I talked about? But of course, right now it's holding 50 at the moment. And it's going to come right back up. So the 50 is holding very, very strong. I just hope it doesn't break my crayon drawing here.
All right, got my tea. The Crow asking, any thoughts on ICCM? Yeah, let me take a look at that here. Wanted to see it curl earlier. Let me bring it up here real quick, Crow.
All right, guys. I like drip here.
Drip.
Starter on drip. 1135s. Go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, is for ICCM, one of the things that we were waiting for here is a setup. And the longer this actually just kind of consolidates and trades sideways, especially on good volume compared to previous days, the better we are. What I want to see here is a cross through the VWAP. In a perfect world, maybe it backtests the VWAP, but I want to see it kind of move and then trade above. So for levels here, we're looking first at the 150 level. And then we're going to look at 155. So let me go ahead and mark both of these real quick. ICCM selling off to the lows here. And let's mark that as well. Dead low here, 136. So no position in this. Would really like to see it move through the VWAP, clear out this area between 150 and 155, and then maybe we could be off for the races. But until then, I just don't see a long side trade here, Crow.
What was my...
All right, want to see XOM just start coming lower here. The SPY come back to the VWAP. That's going to help. Let's see drip take off here. It's already up about 3 cents. Let's see XOM break down here and come to the low side. The low side of things. Going pretty much short on the oil names with the drip. The drip, trying to catch the drip. You got drip, Ryan? Do you have any drip?
That's a colloquial term used by the young generation now, so probably not. But what I will say is that over the weekend, one of the video games I was playing with my buddy, he said that my character had the drip going that
The
weekend.
drip.
So
The drip was there.
I think that's a good thing. I'm not quite sure what he was saying, but I don't think I have that in real life, Mitch. No.
So Zunaid, do you just like every morning just like shave the sides?
No, every 7 days. You talking about my like the right here? Look, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
My boy is fresh on point.
Let me put it this way. If I go ahead and lose this Coinbase trade,
We ain't cutting.
I might have to grow my hair out.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I might have to grow my hair out. I might just have to grow my hair out.
You know
It's as
what? We're
simple
gonna
as
have to
that,
start
chat.
having some bets. We're gonna have to start having some bets, chat.
Here's a very, by the way, broke VWAP. I'm gonna move my stop loss just below 1423 because I don't want it to give it all the way to 14. Let's see what the market itself is doing. Oh, here, let me put my charts up. So there it is. I moved my stop loss up. We were in the money again. That 1-to-1 trade worked out beautifully. I just can't get my 2-to-1s to go, it seems. Let's go ahead and check out what the market's doing. We went ahead and took profits here. So we shorted here. We covered here. Now let's see if it wants to rip to the upside. Obviously, if it rips to the upside, that's not a great thing for our Coinbase puts out. Just wanted to hit myself in the nose.
Nice.
Omar,
And,
you must be new here. Zunaid talks about his haircut on a regular basis.
Whoa, I
Mitch
don't.
and I just
Mitch
try to
does.
keep up.
And I have to respond. Oh man. But actually, I waited 2 weeks before I had to get a haircut. Where typically it's like every 7 to 10 days. But
It's
I
mine's
know.
been, I think, a couple of months. I'm going on
Silver
Thursday.
and gold.
Oh,
What's going on with silver and gold?
I almost
The
shaved.
dollar index is going down, 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 down.
Come on, Coinbase.
Were you just singing a Fallout Boy song?
No, it's not Fallout Boy, but no, but really, yeah, that's what's going on with gold and silver. You're seeing the dollar just tank, and that's helping gold and silver just take off. All those people that were talking about gold taking a rip, well, I'll tell them they were actually right, even though it was coming down. I wasn't in that camp. I started seeing it yesterday, and I was wondering, would gold get a nice little lift? Today it just took off. I didn't even see the move until it's already really pushing there, but just take a look at it. Gold stocks, silver stocks, really getting a push. DXY, the dollar index, taking a hard hit to the downside, and that's what's helping the market stay up here.
Yep. Bingo.
Mitch, it's time for you to sing that song you were singing.
We're singing songs. Going down, 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 down.
Yeah, buddy. There's Coinbase with the crack of 50. My
Down,
drawings
down,
have
down,
helped
down.
us. The drawings have helped. The question is, am I going to take gains? All right, maybe I should. I'm gonna put an order out. I've got 7 remaining, right? I'm gonna go ahead and put an order out there to sell 2 at $3. The ask is 3. The bid is 296. I swear to God, if I don't get filled at 3 and this thing just comes up. Yep. There goes the bid. There goes the bid. Bid's at 282 instead of 296.
I got you. Down, down, down.
Oh
down.
my goodness. You've got the SPY breaking out here.
Just like me in my trade, I'm going down, down, down.
Are you still in the SQ trade? Please tell me you're not.
No, I'm not.
Oh, thank God. Okay. I was gonna say, bro, because that one
Yeah, that would be
well
a scary
above
trade to be
VWAP.
in.
That's going red to green. Crack of 63. You can you can see a nice little upside there.
That'd be a scary one to be in. I'm still in BTU though. Tell you guys that much at least. Still in that one. It's that swing.
All right, here's what
Swing,
here's what I'm gonna do. Since I do have to hop off and get on some calls, I went ahead and canceled my sell order for $3 and just sold 2 at market. So I got filled at 286. Now I've got 5 contracts remaining with an average price of 271. I am a little concerned that if the market does continue to rip, that Coinbase is not going to fall. which is why I wanted to kind of go ahead and take that profit. And also because this 450 level held last time, and I'm not quite sure if it's going to fold this time or not. So I wanted to go ahead and lock in some gains. So we'll see how the rest of this works out. But I got to bounce, gentlemen. Hella stressful. I appreciate you guys dealing with my range of emotions today, and we will see you tomorrow.
Take care of yourselves, Zunaid. Great clawback today. Great process on that. You know, it's easy to ride high when things go well. Much harder to do it when things don't go poorly. Great job here today, my man.
Thank you. And I'll update you guys tomorrow what happens, of course. We'll cry about it together, but I appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Take care of yourself, Zunaid. Real quick, as Zunaid drops off, that leads us to DWAC. DWAC here took out that 2750 area that we were talking about earlier. This is former support that was acting as resistance, should now act as support. DWAC getting rolling here. Crow, would love to know how you're doing in this one. I can't remember if you stopped out of this or not. But in any case, DWAC getting moving here. This is one of the things, like I said, this might not move early on. Looks like it actually had kind of a bear trap here early on, but pushing up to these highs now. We'll see if it can test 30.75. Got a little ways to go here.
All right. Got stopped out of there in drip, and that's strike 3, and you're out. So I'm just going to keep my swing trades on. That's BTU. That's Tilray to the upside. Definitely solar was a good move for today, and you know that's how it goes. Sometimes you're going to miss. But looking at BTU to see if it can get back above the VWAP here, 29.20s is such an important price point. If we can get through that price point, we can start seeing that uptrend come back into coal. We'll see if it gets that uptrend here. Did do a nice pullback, but still ways away from my entry, even on the low of today, which is 28. What do we got here? 28.57, 28.60s. I'm in at 27.80. So that's why I'm hanging on this BTU position. I'm at the point where I can let the position try to work for me and maybe give me that, 15% gain on the remaining shares. Won't be mad about that one. We'll see what happens there. And also Tilray. Looking for Tilray to continue, right? We talked about it, the cannabis trade. I took my shot based off of the hourly chart. So you guys can see here what I was looking at. You see this kind of price action. Then we get this downward action. We get an up, downward action, upward action, downward. Now we've kind of created that real kind of bottoming action here. You can see it on the 370s. Now I just want to see it take off, come back up through here, make its way to $4, and then we're going to be looking really nice here on the swing trade for Tilray. We'll see what happens. And if you want, I can draw a couple more circles just to kind of really confuse you now, but I'm just messing with you now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't see anything on that chart. One of the things that's interesting about the cannabis trade, if you could please clean that up, it's really,
yeah, I got you. No worries.
A couple of things here. Number one, really appreciate Gary. Please hit the like for us. It's free to support. It's one of the biggest ways that you can support us, Gary. We really appreciate your support and everyone else out there. I know you're tired of us asking, but again, it just takes a second and it really, really helps what we're trying to do here. So really, really appreciate it. Now, Mitch, as far as the pot trade here, with a whole bunch of states having this on the ballot, pot trade might be a good trade here for November and December.
Yeah.
And
why not?
The interesting thing, GRWG was leading here today. Did they report earnings yet? I think they reported earnings.
Bro Generation, that is interesting. This is definitely kind of a short squeeze type of stock. My thing with this stock is that even if we somehow
earnings last night.
Yeah, I'm still in belief that if for any reason we finally ever do get really legalized cannabis, won't Home Depot just have everything that Grow Generation has?
Have you ever grown before, Mitch? I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I mean, I will say yes, and
generic stuff for Home Depot, generally not as well constructed as some of the stuff designed for cultivating the best possible marijuana. And so what that means to me, I get what you're saying, and you're right. The masses that opt to grow will probably go for a more general Home Depot approach, but there are still going to be specialists in that field. And I would imagine that after federal legalization, specialists would proliferate, and they're going to use the technology that's made for what they're trying to do.
Generation has these really massive stores. If you look them up into the company, I actually was going to go visit one of their stores, and maybe I just have a sour taste because they backed out of the deal, but we won't go there. So one of the things here on Grow Generations, and you're kind of right there, but I think with legalization also, and you can already find majority of the products on Amazon already. So I think, Amazon being the way that they can deliver it to you, are they going to be able to beat, I think they'll be able to beat, Grow Generations anytime. But I don't know. In my eyes, I've seen what they have to offer, and I don't think it's anything special. And that's my problem. I always look for competitive advantages. Of course, Amazon would have a competitive advantage with their cheap delivery. So that's why I think, Grow Generations in the long run, it can have its pop, but I think in the long run, it's definitely had its day. Like, I never, ever will think it's back towards a $60 stock. I mean, I think you'd be at least losing your mind a little bit. But I always thought it was a short, and then it did this really big, squeeze up to like 70. And then I was like, well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. And that's how it is sometimes. And then the stock comes back down. We'll see what happens. It could definitely get up there, at least to the resistance towards $5 today. So it still has movement. I just talk about the competitive advantage because I always take a look at that and ask myself about companies in the long run. All right, taking a look at some other stocks. I know I was wrong on XOM, but it started making that up move, getting out of the kind of the red trend on the day. So you could see oil stocks get back into the green. Of course, we've talked about certain ones that I was looking to see if they could continue a nice little push, like Valero. Now it's getting back above VWAP. Maybe these start making moves up. DWAC, you guys are still looking at DWAC? I can't do it. Can't do it. But yeah, look at that pop, man. What a monster. This thing doesn't want to go away.
You know what, though? Credit where credit is due. Crow has been on this from the morning.
Yeah.
Gave us his trade plan, waited to buy it while it was lower, didn't get fooled by the bear trap, or excuse me, by the bear trap that was being set here this morning, and then gave us levels to monitor his trade. Now, the last thing he said here was he's waiting for 30, right? So we're about $1.20 away from that here. Maybe we do take the next leg up here towards 30. Crow, great job trading this. This is one that is tough to trade. I didn't feel good the last time I traded this. I've got no position in it now, but you seem to have done a really good job with it. Yeah,
it doesn't look bad. And RUM would be the next one that you can trade off of DWAC also. And I kind of like that chart. That one doesn't look bad either on RUM. Especially if DWAC is going to make it towards like 30. I would look for maybe RUM to make it to 14 today. And that's still a good trade there. You got about 80 cents there. Still some, I think, meat on the bone there. And then, of course, if you really want to go cheap, you can go to the fun where you guys can see it already getting a little bit of a spike today up there towards 156. But I personally would stay away from fun. I like more of RUM trade here and trading DWAC, just more shares trading. And that's why I would like those. Especially kind of RUM has a nice little chart also. And so you want to be trading the ones that look like they're holding good patterns. And in my eyes, that's not going to be going to the cheap one like fun, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I said that yesterday when we previewed DWAC. I wasn't even going to waste my time with fun. By the way, thank you for becoming a new member. I'm going to hope I pronounced this right. MNIM3. Hopefully that's correct. Anyway, thank you for being a member. Let us know if there's a chart you want Mitch to chop up and dive into.
Definitely. We'll take a look there. All right, we're going to keep going. It's 10:41. You guys smash that like button as we keep going here on Benzinga. And then up next, we'll have, of course, Benzinga Live. I'm going to be trying to queue up probably some education for us a little bit later. We have some great education yesterday, and everyone kind of runs when they hear education, but this isn't that boring stuff. This is by myself, Money Mitch, right? Trying to teach you guys about the things that I know in the stock market, whether it be technical, psychology, or maybe it's indicators. Maybe I play some indicator talk today. You guys let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to be seeing after the show? That's really one of the best things that we can be doing here, is trying to keep the content that you guys want to see. Of course, we do live trading, and we want to give you guys some other abilities to up your skills. Maybe it's some education. If there's certain things that you want to learn in the stock market, let us know. I can definitely make videos on it. You guys know how I try to make videos all the time on different topics, resistance, indicators, waves of trading, like we talked about yesterday. That was pretty fun, getting a little bit of psychology, and we'll get into some more topics today. Looks like Gary likes the options talk. All right, so Gary, I'll look to try to make more of getting some options education put in there. I'm not the best on options, and it's not because I don't know it. It's because I did my studies in it, and I just didn't find that I had an edge there. But I can get someone on, Gary, that definitely has some option education and some advanced kind of trades that we can do. I'll pull from the education schools that we have, and we'll get somebody on.
That's awesome. Sure, we could get Anne-Marie or Nick on.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not only one option expert that we have. I think we have, I would say 3. You know, you have Chris Capri, you have Nick Shaheen, you got Anne-Marie Band. So there's so much there on options that they definitely know more than I do in that game. And they do well in that game. So we'll check it out. Rumble looking for that next push there. It doesn't look too bad there from a play towards the 1340s. I'm going to leave it alone because I'm on strike 3. But if I wasn't on strike 3, I don't see it too bad there. We'll see what happens today. All right, battles on there in BTU. Let's go back to the overall market and see how the overall market's performing here. Looks like we're getting a big breakout here. And I think this is all about the dollar. Dollar breaking down. SPY breaking out. Is this election moves? Yeah, it could be. Remember that big volume that we had? And ever since then, it hasn't wanted to turn around. So we got to keep watch to see what happens. It looks like there's some real strength here in the run, in the SPY. And I talked about it yesterday on At the Close. I was actually starting to lean to the bullish side. We look like we have the ability to have the path of least resistance to the upside right now. It's just crazy to think that this is still doing this move with Apple down in the gutter in the red. And so now Apple's coming back to the green. If Apple can close the day green today, oh yeah, we're going to be looking good on a rally. Google's one that has been on a rally here, and this is definitely one that I would keep on watch. Look at how it's been pushing the last couple of the days here. Look at the hourly chart. Look at this. That's a nice little push there from 84 almost to 90. That's a nice little run there for Google in the last, 3 or 4 days. So keep your eyes on a stock like that is reversing. Stock that was beaten down, Amazon, now starting to bounce back. Look where it's at there. It had its already bearish chart today and then started bouncing at the VWAP, then really started getting moving towards the upside. Now, if the SPY can continue to run, maybe Amazon continues having legs, we can look for some pullbacks. Pullback areas that I'd be looking for is kind of below the 9040s towards the 9020s, somewhere in between there. It doesn't look too bad. We'll see if we get a pullback on Amazon today, but not a bad move on the overall market. All right, Austin, you have a good one, man. It's good to have you.
Yeah, take care of yourself, Austin. Thanks for stopping by here today.
Sydney, Benzinga's downfall. Mitch not on more throughout the day. Do you want me more on, Sydney?
Hey, that's a nice thing to say. Doesn't
Sydney
give confidence for the rest of us, but it's good for you.
What was that old movie that the guy would like get followed? What was that movie?
Truman Show?
Truman Show. There you go, Ryan. Remember
How about that?
They want like that, the Truman Show, but with Money Mitch, just following me over my shoulder. That would be pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. You guys could see me get set up in the morning, talk to Dennis Dick, talk to Joel. It would be fun times for sure. Yeah, options are hard, Gary. Options are hard. And it's not for everybody. You know what I mean? It's not for everyone. That's what I would say. I think that, sometimes you hear from both sides of the education side, right? You hear that some people say that options are better because of the way that you can, get the leverage. You don't have to put up as much capital. But also, some people would say that, the losses and the gains are a little bit higher in volatility there than the equity game. You can control the gains and losses a little bit more. That's what I would say on the equity side, but it's a battle there. And so there's not really one side that's correct. It's just more along figuring out what works for you. one thing that I learned about options that I didn't like is that there's this whole game separate from the actual game, which is the pricing models and how they're priced. And so I think that this is one of the areas that I tried to do my best to stay out of, which is, of course, like just not try to deal with things that I have to calculate while I'm taking the pricing. And so a lot of it is an arbitrage opportunity that presents itself in options, but I try to stay away from that opportunity, and I try to stay more in the equity game where I can control what I'm buying specifically and not have to worry about the premium. Is this expensive? Is this playing in some of the volatility? There's some other options and some other things that you got to go ahead and play in, some factors and variables in options. But yeah, it would be interesting, definitely. The Truman Show with the stock traders. You know what? I'm going to have to do a massive trading competition where I move like 10 day traders in a building and we record them 24/7. What do you guys think about that? I'm gonna talk to Jay Raz. We'll
Sounds
see.
like that could be crazy.
Oh yeah, it sounds like a crazy time. You know, we'll do like some kind of collection there. We'll do a little competition to see who can make it to the top 10, and then we put them in a building and we make them trade against each other. Top one wins $1 million. How's that sound? Did you guys watch it? I know I would. The Crow said, I'm in. Put me in the house. I'll run the house. Amazon continuing on the up move. Look at that reversal at around 9:45. We talk about the 9:45, 10 o'clock reversal consistently. A lot of the times we see that. Amazon today's, look at that reversal since then. Straight back up there towards the open. I mean, this opened at 90.79. We're already above that. That's how this market can be, guys. And so you got to be careful.
So Gary asking here, do you guys like shares over options, or does it just depend on the play for you? Asking Mitch and Ryan. Yeah, it depends on the play. Like, for example, if I'm going to swing, I have no problem swinging options, but a couple of things have to exist for that. Number one, I have to have an edge that I feel like I'm working on. The market has to be conducive to swings. It really hasn't been, at least for the stocks that I've been watching a lot of this year. And on top of that, I just need to feel good about the play. Right now, I've kind of reverted to scalping shares just because it's easier for me to control that and be flat with any new buys at the end of the day. But if the right situation shows up, yeah, we would absolutely take options for that.
What a move in gold today, man. Look at that move. Straight up on the 5-minute. That is a nice breakout, Jamie. That is a nice breakout indeed. And in gold, one that I find all the time that lags, I used to play this AU one. Look at that. Look at that push, man. Whew. It's continued. That dollar must be just tanking here. Yeah, it is. It's down there towards the 109. A really important part. 109, like just flat. It's at 109, like 70s. I'm looking to see if that closes below 109 today, because if it's in the 108s and the 107s, we could see these keep going down. That's a good one to mention, Jay Nut. Jay Nut, you like that one? Jay Rice, Nugget, the Nug. The daily 2 times leverage. What a move today. What a move. Nice little $2, $3 breakout there in NUGT. And the J-Nug. I haven't seen the J-Nug in a while. Ooh, look at that. Some good breakouts there in gold today. Not bad at all. If you were able to nail those trades, that's just right timing. That's why it's so important. Like what I mean by sometimes, like, let's say if you're a gold trader and you just focused on gold trades. Well, days like today is when you need to press the gas pedal. This is what I mean by pressing the gas pedal sometimes and the brake pedal as a day trader. On a day like today, on like JNUG, you can make a lot of money if you're a gold trader. But what you want to be doing is losing very, very little on days when gold is kind of in that downward bearish trend. Days like today, you see it actually trend in a direction. That's usually when gold gets that nice little push. Big day there in gold. NEM is another one, right? Newmont. Look at Newmont take off. Newmont. WPM. Wheaton, precious metals, taking off there. Not bad today for those stocks, man. Definitely missed that move early on. It was a big one. It's driving all basic materials up. Basic materials up is up 2.29%. Agricultural inputs getting a nice little push. MOS, not a bad move. I was thinking about this one today. Talked about it at pre-market prep, but there's so many stocks. It's hard sometimes, guys, to keep up with everything. MOS, Mosaic, had earnings today. Look at that move right out the gates. Nice little push back. And on this one, I got a question yesterday about IPI. I said how Mosaic goes, probably IPI will also go, and they could try to fill in some of this gap zone above it. It is trying to make its way up there towards 38. It's a big gap zone above it to try to fill. CF is another one that moves with MOS. And I said this one could probably get towards the resistance. It's making its way. It's making its way.
GRWG at the highs again here. DKNG moving up as well. All right, Mitch.
DraftKings.
I got to get rolling. I got to get back to my day job. Have a good one. Hold down the.
We have one of those, right, Ryan?
Yeah, we do. Everyone, make sure that you get out and vote today. Have a good one, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
All right. All right, let's see what else is going on right now. Taking a look to see what I'm going to bring in here. There's a lot going on, a lot of action in the background here. So we'll see what else is going on. But DraftKings, what a nice bounce, man. I remember when I bought this up at 11 something yesterday, and I got stopped out of it. But man, if I would have been able to hold on to that swing trade, that was a beauty. Back towards the 1250s almost. And I don't think that DraftKings is going to make a huge run, but it looks like the swing trades are starting to come back into play. You got to keep looking at them. All right. ConocoPhillips put play. That's interesting. I don't blame you for that outlook, but it's a little tough here to try to get a put call up here. Because if it goes up there towards even like 138, I think you're going to be, really getting killed on the theta decay. But you guys know, I would look for it to kind of really start coming towards the 128s or the 130s first, but that's just me. And I'm waiting for the breakdown out of the channel. And if it stays in the channel, it could stay in this channel for a very long time. So I think right now, I personally don't like it to the short side on a put because you're probably looking for a longer term play. But if you're just looking for the shorter time frame, it does look like it could reject here from around the 134.50s and then just come right back down towards the low. I was short a little bit earlier on drip, long on drip, but you guys see how that came down and just wasn't working out. Even the oil trade just hanging on today. All right, don't go nowhere. I ain't going anywhere. Don't worry, Sydney. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some stocks that are moving. We'll take a look at the biggest movers on the intraday action. This is the regular session. What's making moves? Let's take a look, see what's getting the move today. Of course, this is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You guys can get a 2-week trial. Just check it down below in the description or go to pro.benzinga.com. All right, let's get going. Let's take a look here. What's making moves? I don't even know these stocks. NEO getting some lift today, up there towards $9. Cheaper stock, definitely, of course. These cheaper names getting to the lift. Lyft, did it get a little bounce back today? A little bounce back, but it's definitely still getting shorted there. Lyft, I've talked about these names. I just don't like them at all. TripAdvisor coming back a little bit. This really got beat down this morning, so it's coming back a little bit, but got to be careful on a name that got hit that hard. SEDG, we talked about that one having a really good day, now pulling back towards the kind of like hourly support. I actually don't mind this one on SEDG, but you really want to see it kind of hold here towards the 240s. And I would take a look at the kind of 15 minutes. That's where you're trying to find a hold right now. Could still come down to the 244 mark and then make its way back. But this helped a lot of solar stocks get moving today. IGT, lottery play, right? Doesn't look too bad. This is the gaming play, IGT. International Gaming Technology getting a little bit of a lift today. Doesn't look too bad there. Oak Street Health. Looks like healthcare name. I'm not even sure I know this one. So let me take a look. Looks like it's a fast-growing network, the value-based primary care centers. So definitely healthcare name doing well right now. OSH, really nice lift there. Looks like there's some more healthcare names. MicroStrategy, of course, getting hit. This is one that I was looking at potentially for a short just a few minutes ago when it was up there towards the 236, but then it just completely washed out. Didn't really take that short, but I've talked about this one longer term. I do like MicroStrategy to the short side on the long run. Also Silvergate Capital to the short side, right? We talked about this one. This one's still coming down, and I think this one continues coming down and has continued to keep breaking on the low side. These are why you're seeing the kind of the mining stocks get hit also today. All right, looking for some other names out there. Riot definitely getting hit. Take Two, did that get a little bit of a bounce today? Want to see how it's trading on the intraday. Yeah, it did get the bounce. Not looking too bad there, Take Two. On this pullback, I actually like this pullback. It's really sideways, really measured out here. And you came back to kind of this high right here. I kind of like it off of the low right now of the last 5 minutes. That's the low of 94.31s, maybe 94.21s here, or 25s. Doesn't look too bad there. Take Two on the pullback. We'll see if it gets that next lift and gets into the 97s later in the day. All right, catching up with the chat. What else is going on? Benzinga worries me. The way they treat Mitch, right? They got to keep me. No, I'm just playing. No worries. Please sell DWAC. Trump is jail-bound. Buy put, says Trey Mustache. We'll see what happens there. He might be announcing presidential election, so I don't know if he's going to jail, but I don't think that works out if you're in jail and you're running for president, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see what actually happens there. Gold still nice popping. Yeah, gold doesn't want to turn away. Grow generations, says Laura. Yeah, keep it on there. Leilani, I see you. All right, we'll definitely take a look there. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here, team. We're going to keep going. I'm going to start doing some education for us. Let me go ahead and try to pull up the stream here of what we're going to get into today. What are you guys interested in learning? I have a couple of videos that we can do. I hope that you guys are excited. Later today, I actually will be joined by an ex-senator as I talk to him about different kind of topics that are, of course, on today's election. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about legalizing cannabis. We'll talk about some crypto. We'll take a look at some different of course, I'll even ask him some questions, some harder questions. What do you guys want to hear? Do you guys want to hear me ask him if, senators should be trading? Maybe that's a good question. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to hear? All right, we'll see what happens there. I see you guys in the chat. I see the battle out there. It's definitely that type of day, that's for sure. So let me go ahead and pull up some of the Money Mitch education show here. Of course, we got to have Money Mitch. We're getting us some good education. Let's find what we're going to talk about today. Should we go into the trader's mindset? No, psychology we did yesterday. We could do the 4 most common problems for beginner trading, how to start winning using profit to loss, trading indicators. I think we'll use some trading indicators video. That should be a good one. Let's do that one. All right, let's pull this one up. I'm going to get it ready for us here. Like always, team, one of the things that you guys can keep up with is, of course, everything that we do here at Benzinga. I'm going to show you guys. We have videos here for you guys to learn. Right now, I'm going to play our top indicator video. And of course, I made this video, so you guys don't want to miss out. I know you guys can't hear it. No worries. I'm getting it ready right now, but getting it set up here. So we'll get you guys into the top indicators. We got MACD, RSI. Actually, got to even reshare this here for us. But let me know what you guys want to learn more of, because I want to make more of these videos so that we can come through here and expand our knowledge. You guys know I've been talking about the CMT studies, everything that I'm going through. So if it's patterns, I can do that, whatever it may be. Maybe it's just trading strategies. I have some on the VWAP that you guys can learn from, but let's get right towards it. I'm going to share my screen here so that we can take a look at how to use trading indicators for beginners. Let's take a look here. All right.
Hey traders, whether you're using trading indicators for day trading or swing trading, we will talk about what are the best settings for each indicator and how to exactly use them in this video here. Let's go ahead, smash the like button, hit the subscribe below. Every morning we get tons of questions about the next meme stock or which stock is going to the moon. But one thing that we don't hear about is what is the best indicator and how exactly to use these. So that's exactly what we're going to talk about. You know, I've used too many indicators. They're like ex-girlfriends. Some you might want to go back to, some you just might not. But let's go ahead and let's talk about the one indicator that has really caught my eye, and that's going to be the VWAP. But we'll go ahead and talk about that into the stream here. So let's go ahead and dive right in. First things first is you got to understand that not one indicator will work 100% of the time. All these indicators are trying to do is trying to increase your probability to get into the profits. And like always, I mean, hey, if there was just one indicator that was the best, I would just give you one. But what I'm going to do is teach you how to go ahead and use these in pairs, or find one that goes ahead and helps you in your trading plan. Let's go ahead and dive right into RSI. RSI is a momentum indicator here. So RSI usually uses an adjustable time period parameter that most traders stick to, which is the default of 14 time periods. RSI is a bounded oscillator since it fluctuates inside the bounds of 100 to 0 here, and really the lower value here being the 0. And when RSI moves into extremely high area above the 70 here, that's when we're going to actually be in what's called the overbought area. Then when the stocks get pushed down and it goes into the oversold area, we're going to be below the 30 here. And really what I like to do is really see that a stock is really overbought, let's say over 80, or really oversold, let's say under that 20 mark. So when the market is definitely feeling oversold, a lot of the times you're going to see a turnaround in the market. So right here, let's first talk about how we're in this oversold period. As you can see, this red time right here, we go ahead and ripped up off on Tesla here, getting up there to a high of 840s. And then you see how it starts getting in the overbought area, but it still keeps going up. This is why you got to go ahead and let it crack through that line and see how that retrace comes. As you can see from that 860, we crack here the overbought, then move all the way down into the oversold area right here on this 580. And look how it bounces back from that 580 up there towards the 760s. And this opportunity right here in oversold, you could have been attacking this time in March, looking for it to come back up there to the 740s. And this is exactly how you can go ahead and use RSI to take a trade. Like always, one of the things that you want to see is, does it continue to use the RSI measures to get that explosion? So here you got the March 8th move where it's down, underneath the 30, even underneath the 20 right here. And then it goes from these levels up to that level. And what does that get to? Right around 70 and 80s. So that's exactly when you want to go ahead and look to sell into the profit. Like always, traders, one of the things that we want to do is know when to go ahead and get in, but also know when the trend is changing and when to get out. So a lot of times this is going to be a little bit on the fast side. So you got to go ahead and determine when do you want to get out. But I go ahead and use this to show me the relative strength. And that's exactly what RSI should be used for. All right, let's go ahead and let's get into the second indicator here, which is going to be MACD. And no, I'm not talking about Mac and D from Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm talking about the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence indicator. Let's go ahead and get right into it. So the MACD line really is all about convergence and showing you the indicator over time. It has two different levels here. We're going to go and show you the MACD line. The MACD line here is this purple line here that you're seeing cross the signal line. The signal line is an exponential moving average 9. So pretty much what you're trying to see is the convergence of these lines and how they go ahead and divert and converge. So how they get closer and how they get far apart. When they're far apart, that means the moving averages are far away from each other. And when they cross over, that can be a signal to go ahead and get in or out of a trade. As you see these green and red lines, what they signal for is kind of the momentum in the stock. How far is it pushing in those levels? And we'll definitely pay attention towards that. Now, one of the things that you have to remember with the MACD is that it does lag. And with that lag effect, you're going to go ahead and not use this per entry. At least I don't use it for entries. I use this more along for exit to show me that the trend has changed and maybe it's time to head on out. All right, let me show you exactly what that looks like. So one of the things that is going to happen is sometimes we are going to get into the part where we are going to be in that overbought area and we need to catch this sell signal. Where you catch that sell signal and how far after you catch it is going to be up to you. But like always, when you see that crossover, that 9 EMA, our signal line cross over, that MACD was above it here and getting on up there, and then you see that cross back down, that's how you know that turn has happened and there is a reversal trend present. The same thing can happen on the buy side. So when we're on the buy side, you know, one of the things that we want to see is when a stock is going into that oversold territory, when does it cross back over? And as you can see, the MACD going very low here and then really quickly scooping up above that, giving us an opportunity to target the chart here. Now, some people like to go ahead and buy off of this. What I usually use is I'm already in this and trying to use that crossover as a confirmation that I timed the dip correctly. Like always, you're not always going to be able to time the dip perfectly, but this is what we want to go ahead and build off of and try to get that laggard effect. So I use this more as a confirmation tool, and that's the MACD indicator. Okay, so now I'm going to talk to you about VWAP. VWAP is my favorite indicator. I always have it on my charts. A lot of the times I'm not trading off this, but you can do some day trade strategies strictly off the VWAP. But first, let's find out what is VWAP, right? So let's go ahead and jump in it. So VWAP is the volume weighted average price and is the ratio of the value traded to the total volume traded over a particular time horizon. What does that pretty much mean? This is kind of like a moving average with volume weighted in. And this is why it's important, because I think it's better than moving averages because it has that volume that is trying to play in and factor in where the line lies. So as you can see on the chart here, this would be this yellow line. Let's go ahead and let's get into a little bit deeper. So when you see this yellow line, a lot of the times you can take trades off of this. This is a energy stock, but you can do day trades. Some people like to do what's called a VWAP bounce, where a stock extends up and then comes back towards the VWAP. Then they go ahead and get in there based off of the support underneath it and then let it try to ride back up. What I use that line for is definition between a stock that is bullish and bearish. If the stock hangs above VWAP, then the stock is still trending in a bullish momentum. Now, if the stock starts trending below VWAP down here, then we'd be looking at a bearish trend. And then we want to see when these trends flip through the VWAP and then hold VWAP. This is what's really important. So really, a lot of the times, what you need to focus on is that this is just going to be a kind of a line in the sand between the bulls and the bears. I focus on this because I'm looking for flips of trends and being able to jump on the momentum and take advantage. All right, traders, like always, indicators are never going to be 100% right all the time. What you got to go ahead and do is build this up in your system. Go ahead and use these to use as confirmation or a combination of variables like fundamental, and story. So that way you go ahead and you're not getting into every single time one of these triggers. Because if you did that, then of course you would take tons of trades. But this is all up to you guys. I'm telling you guys right now, these are the top indicators that I see used in day trading, swing trading right now, and a lot of investing out there. So definitely, guys, smash the like button. You guys already know. Hit the subscribe down below. We'll be back with some more education and some fun like we always do here on Benzinga. Money Mitch, I'll see you next time.
Boom, baby. That's what it's all about. That's what I would say. Sound that alarm. I know. The fans out there. It's all for the fans. Nah, definitely. I hope that you guys appreciate these videos. One of the things that I definitely want to be doing more of is trying to get you guys these videos. And I appreciate Sabrina in the chat giving me some recommendations. Wrote that down. You want to see target, stop loss, that type of approach. I'm pretty sure the profit and loss ratio video will do really well on that. But I still got more, and I'll keep bringing back some video for us, at least a little bit of education before we get you guys over to Benzinga Live. That's going to be starting up next. That's going to be coming at 11:30, but you don't go anywhere, team. Stay right here. Let's get back into the market. Let's take a look at what is moving out there. It seems like we still got some movement. Of course, we can take a look at some trades. If you guys got anything to check out, let me know, team. I'll definitely go ahead and take a look. And it looks like I'm going to take a look first. Looks like Take Two is already doing that move that we were talking about there. So let's go towards the day trading and let's take a quick look at Take Two. We were talking about this trade that it looked like it was setting up really well because the 5-minute was just going sideways there right around the 94. It caught the bounce. Now it's really starting to come back. Take Two, not a bad one to keep in mind. But let's go towards coin. And I saw you guys in the chat talk about how looks like Binance just bought FTX. Well, that just shows me a little bit of the crazy movement that's going on. Look how Coinbase actually got a spike off of that. So you got to be careful on names like this that are getting such news to kind of drill and move the stock around. Look at MSTR. Look how that bounced. Did Riot get the same bounce? Yes, it did. So be careful there. Really quick turnaround there. It was really bearish. Now turning a little bit more into that bullish. Will this hold? I don't know, team. I'm going to kind of stay away from this trade. But you guys can see how quickly this game can change. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? Zen. Hey, glad you guys appreciated that. That's what it's all about. Let's keep going. Setups. I'll look into that, Ivy. What do you guys want to see more of? Do you guys want to see strategy like, let's say, like the VWAP bounce or the VWAP fade, or maybe it's the 9 EMA pullback? There's a lot of kind of strategies that I know, or maybe it's the opening range breakout, the orb play, right? There's a lot of trades out there. If you want to know some, I can definitely bring that to the stream. All right, that sounds like something that I'll be working on, and we'll keep working on the Mitchamication by Zen Bullish. I like it. Let's keep going. Let's take a look at what else is making moves. Is the SPY still ripping? Yeah, it is, man. This looks like a bullish breakout here, guys. I feel like this rally really does have some legs. Apple's going to tell me it all. If Apple's just starting to push into the green, oh, yeah, I'll definitely be feeling it. There you guys see it. Holding well since that moment, since around the 10 o'clock here for Apple. It did another little leg down towards 10 o'clock, but ever since then, this bottoming action's really held here and it's starting to push. That shows me more. If the big boys can start moving towards the upside, you're going to be looking good. Microsoft actually looks interesting on this pullback here, because if we are going to have that nice bullish day, Microsoft can catch the bid right now and get back up towards the 230s. Doesn't look too bad here on this little pullback, even though this is a weaker chart. Amazon has been really weak, right? Well, look at Amazon, how it went up there towards the 91. Now starting to pull back a little bit, but got more volume on that recent pullback. I talked about 90-40s to 90-20s or 90-18s was an area that I'd be looking for pullback. It didn't get that far. It went to 47. Was off a little bit there, but not a bad push there again on Amazon. All right, we're going to keep going here, team. If you guys got stocks, throw it up. And strats on strats will be coming. Rum to 20. Says Trey. I actually was liking Rum chart earlier today. Let's see how that one actually performed. Looks like it's trying to pull back here towards the 13, catch a little bit of a bid here. Of course, this one's kind of moving with the DUAC mentions and Trump social. We'll see if this can kind of get that next leap. Actually like the support underneath it towards the 1280s. So 13 is not a bad area maybe to risk off of for that move through the 1280s and above. 1320s, 1340s. It's pulling back here. We'll see if it gets that next push. Did get a little bit of volume here around the kind of 1310s, 1320s. So if we can get back through that level, I think you'll be looking good for your 1340 run. But it's a crazy move stock today. Biden unapproval rating back to where Trump unapproval rating was. That's just the way it goes. Looks like no president gets the love that they pretty much need to keep moving. All right, we'll see what else is going on here. I'm going to take a look at some of the biggest stocks in the SPY. Well, some of our leaders in the SPY today. SEDG, of course, we talked about solar. Solar having a really good day today. Will run, continue to run. Look at that move today, guys. This was definitely one of the best trades on the day. Really had the mentality of nailing this one. Just was not prepared at the gates here. 24 would have been a really nice entry. Up there towards 2460s now. We'll see what happens there, but run. What a good trade there on the solar names today. SEDG now catching that bid there down on towards that 245. That's looking good there. ALB having a really good day. EMPH starting to push there. We talked about this one earlier today. It's definitely having a good time there. Lumen, LMN, Lumen Technologies getting a little bit of a lift today. Not a bad one to keep in mind. It is starting to come back a little bit, trying to fill some of the gap. MOS, we talked about that one. Generac getting a little bit lift today. DD, DuPont getting a little bit of a lift. That was off of earnings. Dish, PayPal even getting a little bit of a push today. Look at the PayPal chart. Man, this looks a little bit like some bulls have control right now. Look at that. Nice little lift there on the 15-minute chart there. All right. What's the top of WPM called? What's that top? Oh, well, let's take a look there. Let's see what we see on the kind of the 15-minute. So this kind of an indecision candle right here. This is kind of indecision. So you're kind of determining, okay, so the bulls are kind of trying to get it through that 3620s, and you got the 36 to your right. If you get a green candle that closes above that, you'll have a bullish kind of engulfing kind of candle there. And this is called the three advancing soldiers. And so a lot of times you'll get this pattern and then a consolidation. So you got the three advancing soldiers, or the three white shoulders, whichever you want to call it. They call it the advancing soldiers. That usually gives you that advancement, right? Then you get a consolidation period. Now you're looking to see if it breaks above and gets to that next leg, the next breakout side. PayPal doing a very similar chart there, right? I mean, you can see it there. It's just a little bit different there, but it is trying to do kind of the three advancing shoulders off of the 1 hour here. That'll be a close towards like 82.50 on PayPal. Looks good there. PayPal really strong today. Yeah, and a lot of that is seeing what the kind of the pattern is before that. So the before it gave me that advancing matter and then a consolidation, tight consolidation. And this is really that indecision candle to show you even more that it has indecision. And now you're looking to see close above that candle or close below this candle means a turnaround. We'll see what happens. All right, OCUP. I'll take a look at that one. I haven't taken a look at that stock today. OCUP, pharmaceutical stock. Not looking too bad. Trying to get back above the VWAP. Trying to come back towards the price action. It definitely dropped off here right before the gates. I try my best, guys. I try my best to always try to give you guys exactly how I see it. And sometimes I'll even be wrong. So if you guys think I'm wrong also in my analysis, always call me out on it too. We can go even deeper. We can look up the textbook definition. And I'm not always going to be right, but one thing I will do is try to give you guys what I see. Laugh out loud. They call the Binance versus FTX wild. Yeah. I mean, that is wild. I think it's crazy how all these platforms have pretty much gone away. You had Voyager Digital, right? Binance, FTX. What's not to think that Coinbase doesn't disappear? I don't know. I'm not saying that it will disappear, but that's why I don't like these stocks or as investments. It just seems like I don't want to be a part of any of these cryptocurrency platforms. But here's three advancing, kind of pulling back here. Let's go towards the 1 minute. We see a little bit more of a flag style pattern here, right? A little pullback action, flag style pattern, support coming into play here, right? It's not that close there. That was a horrible drawn line. This is why I don't like drawing lines. This is why I like using real lines, right? That's not. I'm not that good with this charting as I am with my other charting, as you guys can tell here. But there it is. You guys are starting to see a little bit of that bottoming action really starting to hold, right? So on this trend, right, we can use the rule of three. We can take a look into it. Let's see how it's doing. It's done a move up, a move down, right? Then you get the move up, get the second resistance, move down, second support, third resistance, third support. Now it shouldn't break through that support line. And we're looking for a push back above going into the 5650 area. With volume increasing, that's going to show us a breakout. The rule of three. Now let's see if it plays out. And this is how I like to use the rule of three, looking into flag plays and always trying to draw the plays. It's important to take a look at it. But definitely, it's one of my favorite plays to look at. And another thing is always try to kind of measure out your risk to reward in the plays, right? Is my risk here down here towards, let's say, 55.36? Okay, boom. Where's my reward target? Okay. Does this make sense graphically wise? Is this about a third of this chart? That's an important feature that you guys can be using on Benzinga Pro. I think it's an important one. And another way you guys can actually look to see kind of the settings here. I know that I can take a look at it there, but visibility here. So style, where is it at where you can actually see it? I actually like to look at the always show stats there. Boom. All right, there we go. Now you can see where exactly your risking and your reward is. This is one of the features that I really like off the charting here that you guys can be using to really distinguish your trade. And then you're looking for it to kind of work out. That's what it's all about here. And sometimes when you go in the shorter time frame, you're going to see a different pattern than the longer time frame. And you can work backwards to see if it's still holding on to the old password, kind of the old target there. And you guys can see there, target looks like about 1.3%, 2%, risking about 1%. This is what it's about here. Let's see to make the trade now. There's the move towards the 5650s. There we have it, guys. Look at that nice little push. Wasn't a bad trade to kind of keep watch. We'll see what happens there in coin. All right, Jason, what's up, man? IDEX. Don't worry, I'm sorry about that. I got you. I'll take a look at that. IDEX, Ideanomics. This is definitely one of those kind of parabolic stocks when it moves. Right now, it's not doing much, though. Definitely, when you see these pops and drops on charts, those are the ones you got to be careful. Look how this stock always pops and drops, pops and drops, pops and drops. You got to be careful on a name like this. You can see it in the past history. Has a tendency of popping and dropping. I think this one needs some volume. Right now, it looks like to the downside. All right, what else is going on? Very low volume, says the Crow. What are you seeing out there, Crow? What do you like right now? No, we're getting towards 11:26. We'll be getting, of course, towards Benzinga Live. That's coming up next. I'm sure AB should be joining us in any second now, and then we'll get right towards it. All right. Taking a look, I'm always getting a little bit of buzzing action here from Benzinga. We'll see what else is going on. Just trying to take a look at the overall market, and it's going to be fun today a little bit later to see if we can continue this rally. Seems like the market's in pure on rally mode. It doesn't want to go to the downside. Of course, this can all change around with CPI report on Thursday, but right now, I feel like we have an ability to run, and the run right now is pretty strong on these stocks. Apple, look at that push. That's what's telling me that this run is not a little run here. It is getting some lift here. Amazon back towards 91.45 above the opening. Trend continuing, guys. The trend is your friend until it isn't. So let's keep that watch. Right now, it looks like it's your friend. And gold, how's gold doing? It did pull back for a second there. Now continuing, didn't even pull back to the VWAP. That just shows you how much relative strength is in some of these gold plays right now. Coin was one that we were just watching for the breakout. It kind of pushed into there. Didn't get the full breakout. Pulled back there still playing games right now. So we'll see what happens. All right, NCMI. Mullen volume is crazy. I don't think Mullen's moving much today. NCMI, says the Crow. All right, not a bad one. Yeah, definitely at least a nice little trend there on a 63-cent stock, and definitely straight up on the 15 minutes. Let's go to the daily chart, see what we got here. Looks like we're running into resistance almost there. It looks like right around when we turned around, 65. You can see 65 acting as resistance, and the next leg is 75 and 80. So if you can get through there, you're not looking too bad. But Cine Media, I have no idea about this company. That's just how it goes sometimes. It did do the little kind of like VWAP bounce there, little flag pattern, then started pushing. And ever since that push, it didn't pull back. Trend line holding here. So I would trend line this and kind of wait for it to break on the downside for the pullback. But if it can keep holding that trend, you're looking good right now on NCMI. All right, got to check up on what's going on with AB. He's missing. Where you at, AB? You alive back there? All right, got to go ahead and get out of here in a little bit. I do have a great interview for you guys later today. That's why I want to go ahead and hop. It's not because I don't want to be with you guys, but because I do have a good interview later today on stock market movers. It's going to be at 1 p.m. I got, of course, Randy Frederick. That's going to be talk about the Fed, what's going on in the markets, and then Cory Gardner, ex-senator. So if you guys want to hear a little bit more on some political issues, I'm going to be asking him. Also, we'll ask him a little bit on how he feels about senators trading. What do you guys think about asking questions about that? Let me know in the chat. I'm willing to ask any question. So if you guys have a question, throw it up there. We'll see what happens. All right, keeping an eye on these stocks. Definitely a strong day in the stock market today as you're seeing these stocks continue to push. SPY to 384, almost 385. Is Tesla going to turn around? If Tesla turns around, then you know it's an everything kind of rally. There you guys see it. Tesla turning around. Everything rally on today. Even, is it an ARKK run? Oh, yes, it is. Look at that. The growth names are getting that run. It's risk. It's completely risk on type of day. And then you guys are seeing it. They're getting that push. It looks like you're really getting that lift today. And this is what you're looking for, right? Now you really got the push in these stocks. Now you can really start getting these stocks going. So keep your eyes on like an NVIDIA that's catching on, or AMD that's kind of been sideways lately. This can start running now. And I think this is kind of leaving you room here for AMD to start pushing back. So now if you're looking to play some bullish stocks and you think that the CPI could come in light, well, I think you have at least some window towards the upside. We'll have to wait and see. All right. Well, looks like I'm a little bit in overtime, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap up and get you guys over to Benzinga Live. So stay tuned, guys. Like always, I'm going to keep trying to bring some education in between like we did today. Appreciate the feedback in the chat. See you guys enjoyed that education. And who knows? Guess what? You guys got some great guests coming up on Benzinga Live. Looks like I see my man Dave DG in the back ready to go. You already know that he's going to get into maybe a little pivot formula. He knows some good stuff. So stick around, team. Some great stuff coming on Benzinga Live. and I'll leave you guys with the future of crypto. If you guys don't know already, we do have our event in New York City. Of course, it's going to be December 7th. You don't want to miss it, especially if you've never been to one of our events before. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We've definitely stepped up to the game. We're better than anybody in the market right now. There's people calling us. They're telling us, how are you running these events? We want to be there. So don't miss out on the future of crypto. And of course, I'll see you next time right here and a little bit later on Stock Market Movers. I'll also give you guys my discount code, Money Mitch 20. Don't miss it and get your 20% off to the future of crypto.
What is up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. It's election day. Let us know in the chat, not who you voted for, but if you went out and voted already, or if you plan to do so later this afternoon. Yeah, go out and vote if you haven't already. I see my man DG, David Green, hanging out in the background. We'll talk about the elections and how the markets are reacting a little bit later, but let's go ahead and get David Green on hanging out backstage. Don't want to make him wait too long, so we'll give him our special intro and see what DG's been trading this morning. What up, Mr. Green? How you doing?
What up, Aaron? What's going on, my friend?
The markets are going up so far, so that's good to see. What have you been trading?
Yeah, that is really good to see. We'll see. We got the big elections today. We got the CPI on Thursday. What's up? Thinking about it. What's going on? We had a couple, Aaron, today that were just absolutely spectaculicious. We'll start with Tesla. We got a couple orders out. I'm just keeping my eyes on things.
Yeah, Tesla's had a monster reversal today. So
isn't that crazy? Why did this have a monster reversal today? All right, check this out, guys and girls. This made everybody's day, week, and month in the room today. All right, check this out. This is absolutely insane, guys. We had a weekly 200 EMA in Tesla. It was right around 187.60. All right, now it's never going to stop exactly at that level. I think it might have went $1 below it or something, less than $1 below it. But when we see something like this on a weekly chart, and especially Tesla's just been going down from 312, it almost to the penny hit our 200 EMA on a weekly chart and has given a $6 trade off that. So we were waiting for this setup for the last 4 or 5 days, see if it could finally get down there. Exactly hit it. That was basically one of the trades that we made today that just made our day. I don't know if it's done going down, but if you guys want to write down 160, that's a monthly level on our monthly chart. But this was just a spectacular setup today. Worked out perfectly. And now it's off to the races. The market, I don't know why the market's doing what it's doing. You have any ideas, Aaron? I have no idea.
I don't know. I mean, it's election day. I think there are betting markets out there that show kind of what the expectations are for the election results, but I don't think anything's been, kind of out of the ordinary. I think everything that's been expected so far to happen is happening. So maybe that's it, that there's uncertainty being taken out of the market. I'm not sure, but so far, yeah, the market's responding well.
Yeah, I agree. We're coming to a level right now. We actually have a little short out up here, right around 385.10. And we got a couple of reasons that we're looking at that. If we go to our, I think it was monthly. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, our monthly resistance is right around 385. It's actually a pretty big level. We got our monthly resistance, and we got a little pivot point up here, 385. So I'm looking for a little shortsky-wartsky if we get there fast. But I want it to go fast because if we get above that 385, and again, who knows what's going to happen the rest of today or tomorrow. But let's go daily. Daily, we're good, right? Above that 380, 350. Let's go weekly. Weekly, 384 it was, with room to 395. And monthly, again, we got room to like 395. So we're at a pretty big level right now, technically, in the markets. So we'll see what happens in the next little bit. But if we can get strong above 385, that could be a good sign for the rest of the day or week. But again, we got CPI. Guys, we're going to cancel that short. I don't like it anymore. It's taking too long. We got the CPI coming out. I don't know when we're going to get election results. It probably won't be tomorrow, right? We'll see.
It probably will be, I think.
Yeah, I think I heard that it might be delayed a little bit or something. I don't know. We'll see what
I don't know. I'd say the majority of the races we'll know even tonight. But there might be a couple that might take till tomorrow morning or so to figure out. But we shall see. Again, always guys in the chat, let us know what you guys are watching. I see people talking about Mara. I haven't looked at Mara's stock in a while. It's a Bitcoin mining stock.
Look what Bitcoin's done today, guys. You know, Bitcoin's done basically what the whole market does. It's up 1,000 points off its low. I mean, here's your Bitcoin chart. So
same with Coinbase.
What's that?
Coinbase was down more than 10% this morning when I looked, and now it's in the green or almost in the green.
Check this out, SQ. This is a trade we made in SQ. I never thought we'd get this much out of it, but SQ hit our pivot point this morning at $60.40. Check that out. Exactly hit our pivot point. This is the other trade that we got this morning.
Wow.
$60.40. We were long. It is up $5 from there.
Yeah, a lot of the crypto news, Binance is going to buy FTX. There was a lot of speculation that FTX was, about to go under, and that happened. So I think that is giving some investors in the space at least confidence that people's assets and whatnot on these separate platforms are going to be safe.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that's the reason for part of the reason for the reversal in the entire market. So we'll see what happens here. There you go. And I guess if we get red is good for the market in the election. Aaron, I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly, so historically, anytime there's been, historically after the midterms, the market's done well, regardless of who wins.
Right.
And then on top of that, historically, whenever there's been two separate parties, one in the White House, one controlling Congress, the market's also done well. A mixed government in that sense, where you have either a Democrat or Republican in the White House, then the opposite controlling the Senate, which that's what it's looked like it's going to happen, where, of course, we're going to have a Democrat in the White House, then the Republicans controlling the Congress. So if that happens, historically, that's been good for the markets. Who's to say that's going to happen this time? But
I think I saw a stat it's like 10%. Usually the market historically moves 10%, which would still put us about 15%, 10% below our all-time lows. But look, fingers crossed, man. I hope that happens. All right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to get to a point where, if people haven't started nibbling at longs, the more we inch higher, the more people are going to start buying back into the market, and some of that fear will subside. I don't know if that's going to happen yet. Some people think we're going to rally a little bit here and then move lower in 2023. Who knows? But for right now, the market's showing more strength than it was a couple weeks ago. Yeah,
no doubt about it. And if we go big picture, we have made higher lows, from when we made these lows at 348. We went up, we pulled back, we made a higher low. We went up, we pulled back, we made a higher low. That's generally good for longer term. I think a couple of ones I think we talked about last week. We're getting a little stretched in the market here now, guys. Cancel this NVIDIA double top, guys. 383. Guys, let's try a tiny bit of spiders up here. Really small. I think we're getting really stretched up here. We'll do for a little pullback. Let's go 385.10, guys, but keep it very small just to have something on there. I think we're getting a little stretchy poo-pooed up here. Maybe for a little trade. Let's see what happens if we get up there. Bond market is helping today. Yes. Bonds. Then the dollar is getting weaker. Bonds are getting stronger. Yeah. So right now it's a nice perfect storm. Apple's going up, which has been absolutely horrendous lately. All my indicators are terribly overbought. Yeah, I think so too. I think we're getting a little overdone to the upside, especially with some of this Bitcoin stuff. These things are just getting a little stretched out for me. Yeah, but right now it's a perfect storm of all good. So we'll see how long it lasts. I hope it lasts. You know, we got the CPI Thursday. We got big AMC earnings tonight, guys and girls.
Yeah, what's more important to the market, AMC's earnings or the election results?
I gotta say AMC. If you twist my arm.
Okay, you're going with AMC.
I'm so tired of hearing and seeing everybody talk about AMC. That's all they do is talk about it on TikTok and Twitter and everything else, and it's going to be okay. And oh my God, it hasn't been okay for a long time, right?
Right. How's Amazon? Oh, you pulled up Apple right now. I was going to ask Amazon because Amazon, or no, sorry, that's not. Or sorry, yeah, Ape, not Apple up.
Which one do you want to look at? Amazon?
Whatever. Yeah, we can do this first and then go to AMC, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking. I don't care about AMC. We did some options in AMC. I bought some 4 puts, but that's about it.
Yeah, careful. They're going to come after you.
If you remember the ones we were talking about AMC, Meta, and Google, right? I think last week when we were talking, or last time we talked, and how these things got really, really beat up. So they all got a little bit overdone. I mean, Amazon's having a little bounce. Meta had a better bounce off its lows, right? Yeah, Meta, when it got all the way down here, what was that, 88? That's almost a $10 bounce. So these things just got way oversold short term. So I guess, we were talking about starting some swing trades in these 3 things. I guess if you did, you're okay. I would have stop orders wherever I got into them. Look at Google, too. Check this out. This is classic, Aaron. 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. Classic. Way oversold. And you got your bounce from 83 to, $90. But that is a classic 3 day oversold and a nice bounce off that. So they all had little nice bounces. Whether
and I think
these levels or not, I don't know. But
that's what I wanted to look at Amazon for. I mean, I've been watching Amazon, Tesla, the big tech names, and I mean, Amazon's just gotten absolutely wrecked. Not a great report a couple weeks ago, but in the past month alone, down 20%, and we were already, not doing too hot a month ago before we went down that 20%. No. So, eventually on these bigger names, the Amazons, Teslas, whatever these ones you're looking at, they've got to come down to a level where they'll find some consolidation at some point. You'd assume.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Look, I have a monthly level in Amazon. And I don't think I shouldn't say never, but $64 is a monthly level in Amazon. I mean, the market's going to have to get really, really bad for that to ever happen. But again, if you started some of these things, not with your whole position, I think you're fine. Amazon, Google, Meta. I think if you started them a little bit, for your longer term portfolios, I think you're fine. And just buy if we go down from here. DWAC is all about President Trump, right? He's going to announce that he's running for whatever office. I will be buying puts in DWAC when he makes that announcement, if we get any kind of bigger rally from here in DWAC, because I don't think this is going to, I just don't like this stock.
Yeah, I mean, it might even go down on that announcement.
That's what I'm thinking.
The saying goes, you sell the news, right? The rumors is he's going to announce, and then when the actual news happens, that doesn't change anything fun. What do they think? Once he becomes president, he's going to make the Truth Social the national social media app of America, and then the stock's going to go to 100. I don't know.
I mean, it may. So I'll do it with options, but to me, my personal opinion is not going to make any difference for the stock whatsoever.
I know. Yeah, I'm with you. I might buy some puts on that as well.
If you're going to do something like that, you do it with options because you know your risk, right?
Yeah, and clearing up in the chat, I don't think it's rumors at this point about the Binance FTX deal. I think it's done. It's a sure thing. It looks like they're tweeting about it. Sam Bankman-Fried's tweeting about it. The guy at Binance is tweeting about it. So really crazy day in crypto. I don't know who saw that coming a week ago. If you remember, I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried was seen as like the savior of the crypto industry, and FTX was, the biggest one in acquiring all the little guys, and now it's getting acquired. So crazy day.
Yeah, nobody saw this coming. As a matter of fact, these things. Oh goodness, guys! Did you get the Netflix up there, guys? I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't paying attention. Check this one out, man. I know, fun. My apologies. Netflix got exactly to our pivot point. Robert posted it right at 264.50. So for those who are just watching with us here, everything we do is based on our technical analysis. I will invite everybody here to come in and hang out in a room with us for a couple of days, but when we're done. But this is Netflix stretching up, exactly hit our pivot point at 264.50, and it just paid almost $1.50 off that trade. Robert, you got it in the room. Very nice. You got the spider short. Check out the spiders, guys. Same thing. We were just talking about this, Aaron. Remember we just talked about how we're getting a little over here to the upside, right? So spiders just got up to our level on the short. Has already paid 50, 60, 70 cents. So everything got a little stretched out there and hit technical levels to tell us to short the stocks. Nice job, Mike. Netflix was the better trade, but we did get a little too stretched out up here. Excellent. Market friend, we just said that we were getting a little bit of boy up there. I made 10% on coin today. Excellent. Good for you, Brian. That's great.
I think this is one of those where, you're going to give up some gains here and you're not going to go straight up. You're going to have little dips, but I still think the trend is bullish today. I don't think that this is, I'm not calling this the high of the day yet.
The way things have been going in this market, Aaron, my answer to that would be is I have no clue.
It could be. You're right. It could be. Who knows?
I mean, look at the chart. I mean, we are now in a gorgeous uptrend in the spiders. Just spectacular. So here's what we got to look for. We got to look for a hold of this trend line at 383.63. That's what we got to look for this to hold, to stay in this nice uptrend for the rest of the day. So, Aaron, the beautiful thing is our charts are going to tell us whether that's going to happen or not. Right? We got stretched out here. This short has paid almost $1 now off the SPY. And now we'll see if we hold these trend lines. Our 9 and the 15 is a trend. When we pull back here, right? Check this out. This is when the stock's in a strong trend. We pulled back here to our 9 EMA and we held, right? And if you bought that, it gave you $2.50. So let's see now. If we pull back to our trend, first spot is 384, and then we got 383.60. So if we hold these trend lines, when a stock is in a strong trend, what's going to happen, Aaron, and everybody else? It's going to hit the 9, it's going to hit the 15, and then it's going to continue up. That's how you know a stock is in a strong trend. Did Tesla just bottom? You mean earlier today? Well, time will tell, but we talked about this one a couple of minutes ago. It hit our weekly 200 EMA, which is usually a very good sign for at least a trade. And it's already up 7 points from there. Has it bottomed? I don't know. But it's set up for a beautiful trade off that weekly level. And, that's all we're looking for. Maybe it bottomed. I don't know. But all I know is it's set up for a 7-point trade off that level. We'll see what the next move is. Which one, Nestor? What went right through it?
I don't know which one he's talking about.
Tesla. Yeah, but not by much. If you're looking for a swing trade down there.
Yeah, I still think, I said this on the show yesterday, I still think the Tesla stock is going to remain under pressure until the Twitter situation is looking a little bit more figured out. Because I think right now there's a lot of uncertainty around there with the Twitter. Even as far as like if Musk is going to spend more of his time and energy at Twitter than he is Tesla, how does that impact the company? All these things. So I think of a lot of investors have questions right now and waiting for some answers.
I am with you 100%. all we looked at today was a good trading opportunity on a weekly level, which doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, eventually it doesn't matter what's going on with the company. The price of the stock's going to get down to a level where people are willing to take on risk there. And I think, again, you know, I was watching. I've been watching some of the bigger tech names, Amazon, Tesla, anticipating we're going to get to these levels where you'll start bottoming out, start seeing some consolidation in those big names. Haven't quite gotten there yet, although today's some good action, so we shall see.
No, I'm with you. And we were talking 5 minutes ago. And look, does this fix everything in Bitcoin? Even if this thing does go through, does it mean that's it? You have a green light. It's going back to 60,000. I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so at all. And again,
I don't know what.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say I don't know what Bitcoin needs to like get back in I guess lower interest rates. The Fed cutting is probably the answer to that. What Bitcoin needs to like get back there, but I'm curious about the next big crypto bull run. Because I don't know if as many people, you know, like so many people bought in for the first time during COVID, during that bull run, and got burned on it, that how many of them are going to go buy Bitcoin again when it starts on the next bull run? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I'm looking at a monthly chart, and look, we've had little bops up and down here. This thing has done nothing for like 5 months. Really. It's been range bound for a long, long time. Even with today's rally, I mean, nothing. We just rallied to the top of the trend actually a couple of days ago, but we're still in this massive downtrend. So I don't know. I think I traded Bitcoin once in my life. It's not my thing. We'll see what happens. Tesla 95, perhaps 65. Who knows? Again, for me and for the people that we deal with on a day, we're just trading, guys and girls. We started talking about Amazon, Google, and Amazon and Google, and a couple of them last week. To start picking at a little bit if you like. Boyle. Oh, this is the Nat Gas ETF. Getting a little smack-a-dack whack.
Oh yeah, this is the direction leveraged one. You have Boyle and cold.
Correct. Boyle is the long and cold is the short. If you look at what Boyle did, I think it was yesterday. Let's go up to like $54 yesterday, something like that. Today's only Tuesday, so there's no inventories coming up. I don't know why it's me. Yeah, this thing spiked up yesterday to $53. Giving all of that back right now. Thursdays, they come out with nat gas inventories is when you can get a big move in these things up or down. So we'll see what happens. This is a big week. It's a big week with the election, and it's a big week with the CPI on Thursday. So let's hope, man. Fingers crossed. If we can clear this 485, we got 385. We got room to like 405 in the spiders. So always hope that the market goes up for everybody because that's what we need to happen long term, and it does. We'll see what happens, but this could be a very volatile week. Let's put it that way. We're going to have a lot of volatility in the next couple of days. So we'll see what happens. Any questions about any particular stocks, guys, you want to go over or look at? Long term, short term, what do we see? I don't see much in here right now.
I'm looking at this. Seems like these seem really cheap. The DWAC $12.50 puts on that expired December 16th, so a little bit more than a month away. Kind of, I don't know if it's going to get all the way down there, but what I'm anticipating is kind of seeing like one day that you see a huge, 20-30%.
What expiration are you looking at?
I'm looking at December 16th, so the December monthlies.
December 16th, 12?
Yeah, 12.50. Yeah, 12.5.
30 cents. Yeah, it's a lottery ticket, man. I mean, it doesn't have to go to 12. If it goes back to 20, those things will double or triple.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It seems cheap. It seems like there's some good value there because I think with a stock like DWAC, you have not good chances, I should say, but you're more likely than with other stocks to see a day where it's down 25% in a single day. Boom, you cash out on those tickets. It never had to get down to $12.
Nope,
it just had to go down. It just had to go down a bunch quickly, you know.
Yeah, and you're giving yourself more than a month.
Yeah, I might buy a couple.
I'll let you know if I do. Sooner. It's don't really pay to 27 cents. Give yourself more room. And they're 32 cents. So you can give yourself an extra month for 5 cents.
You might as well.
Definitely worth it. And like I said, guys, if this thing spikes down to 24, 23, 22, you're going to double or triple your money, especially if it happens sooner than that.
How about NVIDIA? Zeb Bullish wants to look at NVIDIA.
And they came out with news that they're going to, I don't know, they have some way of bypassing the China. They don't need China to make all their chips is basically what they said this morning, right? So,
Good.
Yeah. Here's our daily chart. Okay, so we cleared everything around 140. Now we're sitting right in the middle with room to 172. I think we got something closer than that on a weekly, though. Weekly, okay, so we got above, let's call it 143.50. So I would use that as a level on the downside and room to 161. And monthly, forget, we got room to 163. So, you know, if this holds above the 143 level, this has room to 160 in a good market. So I like NVIDIA. Technically, we got room to 160 in a good market. So Donkey Kong, are they still in business?
I don't know. Really bad earnings report, I think, pretty recently. So
having a good day today. Bounced off.
They've taken too much of my money, though. I should buy the stock based. No, I can't buy the stock because then if I lose money on the stock and the app, then you know that'd be bad.
In DraftKings?
Yeah.
This is not something here. I'll tell you one reason why I would never buy DraftKings. And it'd be hard for them to go out of business. I mean, it seems like they make a ton of money, right? I mean, everybody's gambling on DraftKings. I don't know why they're not doing better, but they lose money. And I will never buy a company long-term that loses money. I just can't do it. I guess there's a lot of competition too, right? Aren't there like 100 of these gambling operations out there?
Yeah, they're all spending a lot of money trying to vying for market share, and that results in expensive advertising budgets, as well as they cut in their own margins by offering these great promotions to get people onto their app, and then in hopes of being profitable down the road. And of course, that business model is all great, but not so great when the Fed's raising interest rates and investors want profits now, want revenue now, not down the road.
Yeah, 100%. So check this one out, guys. Again, Spiders pulled back to a 9 EMA, and we held. So that's good. So far, all day today, we have not broken that 9 EMA, and every time we hit it, we rallied up a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We are basically done for the day today, guys. We had a couple of good ones early, and we're losing volume in every single stock out there right now, and that's always what happens during lunch. But we'll see what happens the rest of the day. A couple of things, guys, before we get out of here. I know we only have a minute or two. Those of you who are, let's see, let me take a look at the SPY. Let me just look for your market theme. Well, to be bad, we got to break I'll 384. If we break 384, then we start heading back down again. As long as we hold above 384, that's our 15-minute EMA, and we stay in this trend line. A couple things, guys and girls. Anyone who is not using Benzinga Live for their news service is doing themselves a big disservice. Okay, guys, I could not trade without it. It is important to me as any other moving average or anything that we use. So I know Aaron gives a 2-week free trial for all you guys. He will pop that up there. Gotta have it, guys. I mean, it is an invaluable tool. Benzinga. Also, anyone who's here, if you want to come hang out in a room with us for a couple of days, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Send me an email, and you can come hang out and trade with us for a couple of days. That's all I got, Aaron.
That's all you got, DG. Well, thank you for hopping on the show with us as always. It's always good catching up with you, man. I've got that Prodap Benzinga on the screen to sign up for a free 2-week trial, like David mentioned. I'm also getting the email up there, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Shoot David an email to go pop into his room. It's worth checking out as well. David, thanks again. Any final words, thoughts, things to leave us with today?
Yeah, if I do anything going into this, the election and the CPI on Thursday, just do it through options if you're going to do anything. Hopefully, we get some good news out of both, and we keep going up in the markets. We always want markets to go up.
Always want markets to go up. All right, David. Well, it's great talking to you as always. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Stay green.
Thank you, Aaron.
No problem. All righty, y'all. That was Mr. David Green, DG, Green927 at yahoo.com up on the screen. Let's go ahead and get ready on my, get into my Benzinga Pro. We can take some tickers from the chat. I also want to, actually, we can start, let's start with this. We'll start with going to predictit.org. We've been looking at this almost every day on the show. If you're new with us today, predictit.org. I'll drop the link in the chat. No, relationship or affiliate, nothing like that, but I just have used this site personally before. Essentially betting markets for the election. And you can go on here, and the way it works odds-wise is you can see these different values. So it's 60, it's cents on the dollar. So right now, for example, the Pennsylvania U.S. Senate election, Dr. Oz trading at 65 cents on the dollar, meaning that you can buy that shares at 65 cents. If he wins, they end up paying out $1, so you can make 25 or 35 cents. I'm not sure how much it is after fees and everything, but it ends up being more than a nice 30% return. So it's based on the probability and the odds. Of course, in Pennsylvania, clear who's the favorite there. Dr. Oz leading Fetterman there. But we can go through and check out some of the other ones to see if there's any interesting, kind of almost like a trade idea, but more so a betting idea if someone's got a good thesis. Look, like the Kansas governor race, basically 50-50. It's basically a toss-up. 53 cents for the Republican, 47 cents for the Democrat. And you can go either way and make some money on there or lose some money on there. I don't know, but it's fun, and it's also good to just see kind of in terms of probability, because look, we know we've seen recently that polls haven't been that indicative of what's going to happen in the market. They haven't been that great predictors going back to really since 2016. So these markets on Predictit I see as more reliable, more notable. Like, for example, where's the one? I mean, this is pretty significant. Who's going to control the Senate after the 2022 election? Saying a 75% chance that it's going to be a Republican. So I don't know. When you look at the polls, it might say, okay, there's 55% voting, GOP or whatever, but that doesn't give you a good enough idea of what's the actual probability of the outcome of this election. You can also see it in chart format. We were joking about it yesterday. Someone should do TA on these charts, technical analysis. You can see right where this switched to a couple months ago, early September, literally 2 months ago on the 8th. That's where my cursor is right now, is 2 months ago. 67 cents for the Democrats as like the favorite, and that's completely switched. And you can see that right here. So I do think this site's cool. It can be a good, kind of good source of data and knowledge if you are going to use this in your investing. So with that said, how's the North Carolina odds? I don't know. We can check. U.S. elections. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know if it's on here. I don't know if every single one is on here. Oh, there it is. Which Senate or which party will win? Yeah, so it looks like North Carolina is pretty certain 90 cents for the Republican. But I mean, still, like, again, if you, for whatever reason, were like super high conviction that this dude was going to win and you had a bunch of money and wanted to invest just to make a quick 10%, hey, the stock market's tough this year, and 10% is 10%. Here we go on the SPY chart, SPY short. Let's go back to my Benzinga Pro. We can check that out. We also, again, we talked about this. We touched on it briefly with David, but we do have some earnings this afternoon. Of course, AMC coming up, as well as Disney, I believe. Was Disney yesterday? Let's check. so much. This week is really a great week in terms of news between the election, earnings. Of course, on Thursday we will have our CPI report, a much anticipated CPI report. We can talk about kind of what the market's expecting there, what we're really looking at the market to do after this CPI report, kind of which way what I'm anticipating kind of at least happening. All right, let's get back to my Benzinga Pro. No problem, Spartacus. JZ breaking out. Is that a stock? Crypto? Oh, wow. JZ is breaking out. Jianzi Education. Sounds like a Chinese ed tech company. I thought they said these companies like can't be for profit anymore in China. Republican House is a given. Senate maybe too, but it doesn't matter since nothing gets done. Yeah, I don't think it really matters either, to be honest. Like in terms of I don't know how much it matters in terms of market. What I'm curious about is more industry specific things. For example, clean energy, iClean. Like I would expect with Republicans taking control of the House and Senate, that might, take away with some of the benefits that, these different clean energies companies are supposed to get over the next few years and in the future. So things like that where, that might be more partisan issues that have stock. But again, like for example, for the defense stocks, your Lockheed Martin, I don't think whoever's in the House or Senate is going to matter that much. The Republicans or Democrats, I mean, it's not going to change anything for these companies. It's going to change maybe something slightly for, like I said, something like the clean energy companies or the oil and gas companies, right? It's actually doing, and the market's kind of saying the opposite, right? Look at Chevron is down today, and yet iClean, the clean energy stocks are up. If anything, I would have anticipated the opposite. So I have no clue. Low float, low RSI. Yeah, I mean, and again, this JZ stock could run another 100%, of course, very easily. It's only a $2 stock, up 20% today. Chinese name that's been crushed and beaten down, recent IPO. But again, I'm pretty sure they've made it to where, these names can't even be for profit in China. If you want to buy a few shares because it's $2 and you want to, potentially see it short squeeze up to $20, sure, go ahead. That's too simple. But I know, and I'm not saying that I think like today those stocks should be moving exactly based on the election, but I think in general, and maybe not, maybe I'm wrong about it, but I think in general the market, would like would like Democrats in charge for clean energy stocks and Republicans in charge for oil and gas stocks. But now that we're going to have both in charge, one in the White House and one in the Senate, maybe you can make the argument that it's good for both. Jay Rice saying, I think Pfizer, Moderna may take a hit on big GOP win. Let's see. I mean, those stocks have been getting a hit anyway, but I agree. Moderna down here. That's a good question for the chat. If you guys have a stock that you think is going to move or that you think should move with the election results, let us know. Let us know in the chat. We'll take the... No idea why solar stocks have been rocketing. Yes, Fed cash rebates, but who's putting panels on the roofs? I don't know. Yeah, if everyone is expecting that already, energy up, solar down, that's probably a crowded trade. Time to get out. Are you guys picking up? Are you guys getting? I don't know. That mic might be. Can you make sure that mic's not on over there? All right, good. No idea why solar stocks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still bullish on a few of these names, really long term. Sunrun being one of them. Enphase Energy has been an absolute monster. EOS Energy is one I've been watching. That's more of kind of a penny stock one. Had earnings yesterday, not great. Big red candle down here. But what I like about it, about this chart, not a lot to like out of this chart, but you are getting down and out of these previous lows, so it gives you a really defined out. That if I did want to make a long trade right now, boom, I could buy, a few hundred shares, put my stop loss right at basically $1 even. Say, okay, if it breaks below $1, I expect it to keep moving lower. But if it doesn't and stays up here, then I'm fine. Quite a few solar names way down from like a month ago. Sunrun down 40% from September. So I wouldn't say rocketing at this point. Yeah, 100%. These solar names definitely got a little overextended. Not even quite so sure why, honestly. Holy cow! I didn't see we had another reversal in the markets coming back here. Let's go back to. You guys want to check out the Qs or the SPYs? Let's start with the Qs. Go to a 5-minute here. What I want to see now is if we can take out the previous highs of the day. The Qs got up to about 372.35. Yep, 372.85 high a day. 372.85 is the level we need to take out for me to get really bullish again on the day. I don't really see why not, honestly. Keep buying, people. What time does the market close today? I think the market closes normal time today. Election day. Some people think election day should be a national holiday. I remember like 1 year, I think they were using our school district or the high school as a voting center, so we all got school off. That was fun. But probably should be a national holiday where people get work off. I don't really know why they don't do that, because that would probably increase voting rates. FSLR has been a rocket. Yeah, there's been a few energy names, FSLR, Enphase Energy, that are basically at their all-time highs. Look at First Solar up here, $150. Enphase Energy up here at near its all-time highs, whereas like stocks like Sunrun are nowhere really near their all-time highs. So that should give you a good insight when you look within industry like that, and the stock charts look very differently. Look, we can compare Sunrun right here with First Solar. Here, I'll change our settings on here so we can hopefully see it a little bit more. How do we do this? Thickness. We'll make it thick and white. That should make it a little bit more visible. So yeah, you can see how kind of the charts at certain times were looking similar, and then now, Sunrun in September went down from here, down 53%, whereas this is up 70% in the time frame that we're looking at on the charts right here. Looking very similar here, tracking. Okay, they were both going up, both going down, both went up, yada yada. Boom. First Solar is ripping higher and Sunrun's moving lower. So a lot of divergence over the past couple months. And when you notice that stocks moving in opposite directions when they're in the same industry, again, take note of that, because that's showing that the certain stock has significant more demand for the stock than the other one. ConocoPhillips, all-time high, daily, weekly, monthly RSI. Put ideal. Oh, no. The market's starting to give up gains, guys. We couldn't get above that high a day. That's why I said we got to watch. All right, though. Let's check out... let's go over some of the predictions for the CPI print on Thursday and kind of some different options to trade it. I don't think it's going to get any better this time. I don't know. I mean, I don't see where inflation really would have substantially come down. I think what we're going to see with housing and rent is going to take more and more time for that to be reflected in the CPI this time around. So maybe it could be time to buy some puts. I don't know. Kramer said that Tesla has one of the worst stocks he's ever seen. Let's pull up Tesla's chart. I mean, this thing it keeps going lower. I think as long as this is a stock that could get really hit on Thursday if we get a bad CPI report. Because if we get another bad CPI report, that will be, just give the Fed even more confidence to keep rates higher for longer. Tesla in that environment, I think goes below $100 easy. If it looks like we're keeping rates above 4% for any extended period of time, and when I say extended period of time, I mean 3, 4, 6 months, multiple quarters. I don't know if Tesla can really survive that from a stock perspective. I think the company itself won't go under. I'm not saying that, but I think from a stock perspective, you'll see the stock move down another 50% from here. Tesla, not Meta. Meta actually, I think, in that environment. Here's the thing. In that environment, in an environment where the Federal Reserve has to keep interest rates above 4% for, again, even longer than it's already anticipating doing so, I think what you'd see happen with Meta is then basically say, okay, we can't afford to burn cash like we are on this metaverse thing. We're going to cut spending on that and then just focus on, maximizing our revenue from our existing businesses. And you have to keep in mind with Meta, at the end of the day, it does bring in a lot of cash. If you look at the income statement, gross profit over $20 billion last year, that's not nothing, right? So you have to say, okay, if we could make, a gross profit of $21 billion, a total operating income of more than $5 billion, net income more than $4 billion, you can cut some costs out of that and have a profitable business. So, yeah. There's a pocket of low volume here to 150. The only way the Fed's going to pivot from at this point, anytime in the next couple, months, say, is if the inflation numbers start getting a lot better than expectation, or you start seeing things, really breaking. That could be on the housing market. That could be in the stock market. That could be in the bond market. Don't know. But if that happens, then you'd expect the Fed to come in and intervene. Disney up 1% before the company reports earnings this afternoon. We can take a look at Disney. I think this one, Disney, you got to want to take a stab at long. I think under $100, Disney's not going anywhere. Do I think it's going back to 200 anytime soon? No, probably not. Disney Plus is still growing though. You have Park going back toward full-fledged capacity. I don't think there's that much. Honestly, there's always inherent risks in stocks. There's speculative assets. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's that much risk in buying Disney below $100. Could it go down to its COVID lows of 80? Sure, and then you're down 20%. But I'm talking about as a long-term investment, not a trade. The company reports earnings this afternoon. I don't have any really idea in terms of if I expect the actual report to be good or bad, if the revenue or the EPS will be above or below expectations. But I'm pretty if I had to decide or pick how I think the market will react to the earnings, I think it'll be positively. I think even if Disney misses, if it's not that bad, the stock could be up, or even if it's down, it's not going to be down enough for it to really warrant buying puts or being short the stock. Because you could buy puts here on Disney, $95 puts that expired this Friday in anticipation of a bad report. You get the bad report, and then the stock might not be down that much. So I wouldn't play Disney on the short side. I'm not playing on the long side in earnings. If I had to, though, I would. But I do like Disney long down here as a long-term investment, not necessarily a trade. Let's go back to our cues on the 5-minute chart. Yikes. That's a lot of red candles in the last 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of the last 9 candles, 7 of them have been red. 6 of them have been red. Urban Farm said, Mom always said never to short Disney or Tesla. If the market tanks, Disney goes with it. That's true. I mean, I guess in a recession, people are traveling to Disney World a lot less, huh? But I don't know. Like, I remember when Disney got down to $80 during COVID, and then months later when it was at like $140, saying, why the hell did I not buy a bunch of Disney at $80? You knew that name's not going anywhere. And it's hard to imagine that we're not going to be saying something similar 5 years from now. I mean, at this point, and again, I think Disney stock did get way overextended. I mean, $200 when Disney Plus, all they had to say was Disney Plus was growing X amount quarter over quarter, and the stock would go up every single earnings report, a bunch. But at this point, we're down more than, 50% from the all-time highs on Disney? That we're down 48% right now? I think in 5 years, we're going to say, oh my God, why weren't we buying Disney down at $100? From a technical perspective, you kind of got to a nice little double bottom here. I'm kind of digging this Disney trade the more I talk about it. The name's not cheap. I don't think it is either. It's not cheap by any means, but it's also not terribly expensive. I know the PE is kind of jacked up from the from what acquisition, the Hulu deal maybe or something like that. But the forward PE, you can see 18, price to sales less than 3. So, hey, I'm not saying it's cheap. I wouldn't argue with you that it is. It's not, but it's also not the most expensive stock out there. I don't know. I'm down even for a swing trade on this, kind of a swing trade. Maybe if I was looking to do a 6-week long swing trade on Disney, maybe what I would do is I would nibble at it right now, and then if it's down after earnings, buy more of it, or nibble at it now. Then if it's up after earnings, buy more of it, and then kind of play with it from there. Different times, 100%. And again, my point was never that I think Disney is going back to its all-time highs anytime soon, that kind of $200 level. I think eventually you will see Disney back at those levels, but not right now, not soon, not this year. But would I want to ride Disney from, say, 100 to, 120, 130, grab 20, 30% out of it and get out? Sure, I would love that. Yeah, Jay Rice said the growth isn't there to warrant paying that much for it. That's fair. Completely fair. I think, bulls at this point would say, hey, Disney's doing some exciting things, hoping that growth rate is higher. But again, that becomes increasingly hard to do and less likely in a tightening macro environment. So we'll see with Disney. Always got to pay attention to Disney. Again, the earnings will be this afternoon. We will be streaming the earnings on our channel, so you don't have to go anywhere else to watch that report, to watch that call. If you'd like to, you can do it right here on this channel. I'll be in the comments watching and commenting along. Jerry Watkins in the chat saying they're going to clean house with Avatar. That will be interesting. I kind of forgot about that. I didn't know Disney did that, is doing the new Avatar movie, or did the old one if they did. Let's see how Coinbase is doing. I mean, this is a crazy day for Coinbase. Oh, let's go to 5-minute chart here on Coinbase. You have some 5-minute candles where you have this. All right, this 5-minute candle at 11:05 a.m. This is when the FTX Binance deal was announced, or when I guess like it at least like got leaked and people. This thing went up 5% in 5 minutes, more than 1% a minute on Coinbase. That's like billions of dollars in, or not billions maybe, but millions of dollars in market cap moving in minutes on this FTX move. Crazy, crazy. All right, that's crazy that Crocs is growing that much. I would be worried though, if is that growth sustainable for Crocs essentially? Are you able to go, 15-20% on Crocs? Let's check out Crocs. Crocs' chart is one of the craziest charts I've ever seen. It's basically just straight up, straight down. Now finally coming back up again. No, we don't want CRO. I don't even know what that is. Crocs strong today, by the way. Yeah, you can see on the weekly chart here, down this summer, got down below $50, finally starting to come back. But look at this on the monthly. I mean, just straight up, straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight months of going down from 185 down to below 50. But as you can see, I mean, it eventually got to a spot where it bottomed out. It didn't look like it was ever going to happen, and then it did. Maybe maybe we're gonna be looking back on this Crocs chart and say, hey, that was a sign. When Crocs' stock started to turn around, that should have been our buying signal. I'm gonna remember that for next time around. All right. What stock should we check out in the chat? Let me know now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We've got about half an hour left. In 30 minutes, Money Mitch will be taking it away. Again, we've been doing the all on the same stream, not having to switch around. So if you like that more, let us know in the chat. If you like the old way more, let us know that as well. We're always looking to incorporate more feedback. Who spent $4 billion buying another company, Disney or Crocs? Oh, Crocs. That $4 billion is a lot to buy a shoe company or another clothing company. Speaking of clothing company, how's Nike doing? Nike on the monthly, not looking great still. I wouldn't touch Nike yet. Nike's a buy eventually, but I don't think at 95. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, Crocs. All right. What about other clothing? How about like Live Nation? What's Live Nation's ticker again? LYV? Live Nation, yeah. I was thinking about like what stocks get hit in a recession. I assume a lot of people are going to less, Harry Styles, less Justin Bieber concerts in recessions. Live Nation could be an interesting short. Not true?
People go to Harry Styles concerts. He throws like 2-week concerts in the same city like all the time. He sells out the arena all the time. I just told you how people were flying in.
No, I'm just saying I think people go to concerts less during recessions.
Oh.
Yeah. Harry's. I was just trying to think of like the most expensive tickets for Live Nation because like people that spend $300 on a night, you might not have that. Once the economy starts downturning. I don't know. This could be it could be interesting. I've been looking at Play too, Dave and Buster's. That was one that Luke and I have talked about on the show as well as a potential short. But for most like the big tech names, I think the short trades are out. Remember, we have rotated a low PE stocks over the last month. Rivian? Yeah, let's check out Rivian. R-I-V-N, Rivian. Rivian's up 3.5% today. Conference call scheduled tomorrow at 5 p.m. So earnings report coming tomorrow after the close. If I were looking to have a trade or investment on Rivian, I would just wait till after that because with a newer company like Rivian, that's when the company will, announce a lot of big, news items or anything like that. If someone's leaving the board, if they're hiring someone, I don't know. I mean, I'm bullish the future of electric cars in general. I do think Rivian will have a spot, just because of how popular pickup trucks in general are in the United States, and Rivian does have one of the leading electric pickup trucks. I see a few here in Detroit all the time. However, that market I think is going to be a little saturated with all the different companies that are going to put pickup trucks out there. Think about it. You're going to have Ford, you're going to have Toyota, you're going to have GM. You're maybe eventually going to have a Tesla Cybertruck, although I would put a lot of money you're not going to see, those being rolled out anytime soon. So I like Rivian long term. I don't think it's the best name to really be buying in a high interest rate environment. So again, if we cut rates and it looks like growth is going back on, Rivian is a name that I like to benefit from that. But right now, if it looks like the Fed's going to keep raising interest rates, I don't know why you would take a stab at Rivian over a company that's already making money right now. Urban Farm saying retail, restaurants, travel, leisure, hospitality, and real estate all do bad in a recession. Zoe N wants N phase. All right, we can look at N phase. I'll be honest, I have no clue because I thought that N phase was going to. I thought a lot of these clean energy names were going to get rocked if the Democrats lost the midterms, because a lot of them, not even because I think it's like that bad. I think the companies are going to do what the companies were going to do anyway. But I think the stocks themselves had benefited so much over the last few months from Biden's Inflation Reduction Act that I thought maybe potentially Republicans winning the midterms could take away some of those. It honestly looks like to me, just from a technical chart, from a technical analysis chart perspective, that N phase has a kind of a gap to fill here and eventually going to come down back toward this 230 level. So if I was looking to play N phase over the next couple weeks, over the next like month or so, just based on taking a quick gander at this chart, I'd play it to the downside. You failed to break out new highs right here. You can see you kind of had some resistance up here right at 325. Failed to break up to that, got to about 320, rejected up there. Since then, have been in a downtrend, today being an exception. But it could just be a little bounce in the downtrend, not really a bottom or a reversal. It's kind of nice. I'm standing up right now, stretching the legs. I don't think I've ever done that before on the show. Zoe, what are you looking at N phase? Are you looking for it as an investment, a trade, what are you looking at it? Because if you told me you wanted to buy it now and hold it for 10 years, I'd say, okay, that's might be a little bit different, than looking at it on a swing trade or something like that. Yeah, if I stand up and squat a little bit, you guys are about to see, we're going to get some really nice winter. Oh, it's going to be a winter wonderland out here. We're going to get some nice Christmas lights on the trees, an ice rink. Maybe some more AB on the ice rink like we did last year. Oh. All the greedy CEOs are raising the new car prices to outrageous levels. Yeah, but I think everything's going to eventually normalize. I've been seeing that the prices for used cars has actually absolutely come crashing down, and new cars too. I think like demand is starting to drop a lot. Wellness matters. I love the name. That is true. Wellness matters a lot, more than most things, honestly. Ooh, PayPal. I like charts that look like this. I'm if I back in the day before they had dating apps, like people would write like classified ads in the newspapers for when they were looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend. Like someone I was just talking to, like someone said their parents met in a on like the classified newspaper ads. Forget who it was. Anyway, I would write one of those if we still had those. I'm in search of charts that look like this. And when I say look like this, here's what I mean. I mean that have come down, 65, 75+% like PayPal's has. I think PayPal's is actually closer to 80%, maybe even 85 from its all-time highs. Let's see. 308 to, yeah, it's about down 73% right now, but that have started to consolidate. Now, PayPal's isn't really a best example of consolidation because it's the stock's still been moving lower. But as long as you don't make new lows down here, it's giving me it'll give me more confidence that the stock has kind of started to bottom out. And this is actually going back to the Get Technical days, trying to identify those long durations of consolidation, of moving sideways in a stock that has already been beaten up, has been proven time and time again, 98% of the time. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. That was a made-up number. The stock ends up coming back, if not back up to where it was, at least somewhat. So I love the way this chart looks. Again, if I could write a classified ad in an old-time newspaper, for one, I would. But PayPal, Square is going to look similar to that. That's fair, Jay Rice. I was just saying a lot of the positive action in some of these names, whether you're looking at Sunrun and this move right here in July, you're looking at Enphase and its move in the past few months, you got to say at least some of that has been because of anticipation of benefits coming from the Inflation Reduction Act. So if that's true, that the stocks, at least somewhat benefit from that, then the reverse has to be true too. That if the other party's in charge, that they're then not going to benefit from it as much. Again, and I don't know exactly what percentage of these percentages of the gains you can attribute to that or not. I'm honestly not quite sure. So that's a fair point. But that was my point. I wasn't trying to be misleading or anything. There are 150,000 3-year-old Teslas on sale for $90K in Ann Arbor. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think, what is it, the Mannheim used car index? Let's look at it. We can also do what we did a few weeks ago, where we just went through Zillow and looked at like how long different things have been on have been on the market. All right, yeah, look at this. So this is straight from the source. This is straight from Mannheim. Used car index, October 2022. So yeah, you can see here we're back to now, where was this? January 2021 levels, essentially, with used cars. So used car prices went up another 20% from where they were in January 2021 a few months ago. Now we're coming back down there. We'll see if that continues. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to be selling cars right now. I'll tell you that much. Who can afford to buy or finance a car right now? Your inputs? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Zoe. Because I would have wanted to be in puts as well, looking at that chart. But that might not be good news for you. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, let's go back to Benzinga Pro. Got about 18 minutes left. How's XLE? Let's see which sector is performing the best today. All right, let's do this. Someone guess without looking. I know someone's probably got a heat map up so they can see it, but without looking, don't cheat if you can see it. What sector is up the most today? I'll give you a hint. This isn't really going to help that much. Every single sector, at least on the screen I'm looking at, is in the green. Every single one. Play the little Jeopardy theme song while I let you guys think on that. Do 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 do. Best performing sector today. All right, I'm giving you guys until the time of the end of this song. Yeah, it's not energy. I think I just looked at XLE on the screen. It was barely up. XLE is actually the laggard of the day. That was a lesson in Fade the Public. The public was saying energy, and it was actually the most incorrect answer you could have had. How long could y'all not hear anything? Sorry about that, guys. That was on our end. I don't know what you guys are talking about in the chat, but I'm just going to ignore that. I was saying for what I missed, we were talking about different energy names. That Oxy is my favorite of the oil and gas. I don't know if we didn't have audio all the way going back to the sector performance, so the correct answer was materials, of course. Jay Rice said XLE has been the top performer of the month. Today, however, been the laggard. Getting a potential little double toppy on the XLE if we can't clear this previous high. So that will be something to watch for as kind of recession fears, whether they increase or subside from here. The recession fears is really going to determine the future price of XLE. If we're starting to head toward a real economic slowdown, you can forget about it with basically all of these names. With Exxon, with Chevrons, these things are going to come down quickly. I do like, however, right now, kind of diversifying through some names like Chevron, like Exxon, that will do well in an environment where value is in favor versus some energy names that might have some more growth potential, like an end-phase energy that will benefit from rates coming down. Because then basically, in that scenario, either way, whether rates stay higher or lower, you should have okay returns on the value trade. What's really going to hurt there is if you get that overall just economic downturn, which I don't really know what you want to be in that case anyway. Bonds, I guess. ALB all-time high today. ARK Investor monthly call at 1 p.m. today. Does anyone still attend? I don't know. We should look at ARK. It's been a while since we've done that on the show. ARKK down to $36. Ugh, I don't know. Let's go to that Kathy's ARK website that shows all of her holdings. So yeah, I mean Tesla's still making up more than how much of all right, so Kathy's still got more than $500 million worth of Tesla shares. If Tesla's shares remain under pressure, so is ARK. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Cost average is 278 on Zoom, and it's down to $80. What's the return there? What is the return there? Let's do the math real quick. Cost or percent change calculator. What'd I say it was? It was let's see. 278.55. She's down more than 70% on the Zoom trade. Kathy, what are you doing? Tesla got 40,000 cars recalled today. All right, so one thing to know about the market, for whatever reason, not just Tesla, although it seems to happen more so with Tesla, I don't really know, but like recalls and lawsuits, for whatever reason, oftentimes don't move the stocks like you would expect them to. Basically, all the major car companies, whether you're talking about Ford, GM, Tesla, will have some amount of recalls each year. Those can vary for different reasons. And because of that, they're on a spectrum. Zoom chart looks like Netflix, y'all. Except for Netflix has actually been coming back a little bit. I don't know if Zoom has been the past couple months, but I can't believe that Kathy Wood has let more than. Think about it. If the market value of Zoom of her Zoom position is now $670 million and she's down more than 70% on it, that means at one point ARK had more than $2 billion into Zoom, and it's down to below $700 million. Just literally billions of dollars in capital being erased over here. I'd be shocked. I want to see the inflows and outflows of the ARK funds. Are people still buying? ARK funds? Is money still flowing into this? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to find. Tesla is basically her only stock she's up on right now. Really? Look at this. I mean, this is cost average. It shows in red or green if she's up or down on it. Red by a lot, down 70% on Zoom. All right, she's up a lot on Tesla, almost double the amount of money. But I'm sure she's lost a lot of money on Tesla over the past year or so. Roku, 243 down to $50. She owns more than 7% of Roku. Square, buying at 134. It's at half the price at $62. Less than half the price. That's a major yikes, Spartacus. This is bad. I think I'm kind of going back to one of the things we were talking about months and months and months ago. What was that? A lot of people are pointing out a couple different things, a couple different companies, really, a couple different names they saw as potential weaknesses in the economy that said, okay, with high interest rates, with risk coming out of the markets, the forced selling capitulation point could come when some of these names come in a lot of trouble, and ARK was one of those names. Saying if you see ARK essentially getting liquidated, being in a lot of trouble, could be a kind of potential selling point. Every single time we've had a major recession bear market, some of the most over-leveraged, high growth, investment firms end up getting blown up, and some people have been talking about ARK in that. MicroStrategy's the other one, MSTR, which also has been getting absolutely demolished. MicroStrategy up at one point was a stock above $1,000, now down to $230. Of course, Michael Saylor has had a lot of different problems and whatnot. Without Tesla, ARK would have come under $10. Without Tesla, I don't think any of us would have ever heard of ARK, because that's kind of what got Cathie Wood really famous in the investing world. Is she was a very, very early, and not just early, but a very loud and proud and prominent supporter of Tesla. And that got her a lot of clout, was when she gave some crazy price target for Tesla, said, okay, it's going to get up to $800 or whatever. And people were like, you're absolutely insane, Cathie. The stock's never going to get there. And it ended up getting there. She was able to turn around and say, see, I told you guys. The problem was she kept making more of those predictions. Now Tesla's going to go to 3,200. Now Bitcoin's going to go to 500,000. And people gave weight to those predictions the second time around, because she had established a track record of being right. And so far, been a little disappointing this year, to say the least, for ARK investors. Really going back to about a year ago today, almost exactly, in November 2021, is when you saw a lot of these growth names, when you saw Bitcoin and these different growth assets starting to top out. IBD says ALB at 308, buy point, cup and handle. I don't know what IBD thinks they'd know about ALB. Let's go see. World's largest lithium producer. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, like anytime you have a stock that's making new all-time highs, especially in this environment, that should pique your interest. I'm not saying you want to go out and buy all the stocks that are at their new all-time highs, but if you do a screener out there and you just filter from companies that are, trading within a certain percentage range of their 52-week high, that gives you a good idea of which companies, we talk a lot about supply and demand with Tim Quast. That gives you an idea of which companies, which stocks have demand even in this environment. So clearly ALB has demand up here in what's been a very much bearish environment. So if the markets do turn around, you get kind of those macro headwinds some of those subsiding, and the ones that are making all-time highs in a bear market should really take off. No, I know what it is. I'm just saying I don't know what they know or what they think they know. Bitcoin is selling off again. Coin trending down again too. Yeah, right now with the crypto, like I wouldn't. The trend in crypto, I think, has been pretty clear. What the trend has been over the past year, really, but let's say since like January or February. And for a company like Coinbase, for crypto in general, I think it really is. It right now is as simple as coming down to like, all right, when the Fed starts giving hints at cutting or slowing down its interest rate hikes, okay, then we can start talking about crypto becoming exciting again. Until then, I'm not interested. I don't know what really a catalyst from here would be. ALB, Josh Brown sold at 80. Yeah, I don't know. Do not know. How's Apple doing? Let's check out Apple. Doing all right today, hanging out above 140. Amazon, let's go through our kind of FANG stocks. Amazon hanging out above 90. I said I liked Amazon anywhere below 80, although I do think in the short term it's going to move a little bit lower. But you can see here on the, I like Amazon's chart here. A nice kind of very symmetrical up, boom, trading sideways, boom, fill that gap down. If you look at Bitcoin weekly chart mid 2018 or 2019, we went sideways and then flushed down. That was the capitulation, and crypto loves doing that. I think either way, man, like like I said, I'm not really touching crypto until something changes with the Fed right now. Say something nice about Bitcoin. Okay, the chart's been moving sideways, not down over the past few weeks. So that's saying something nice about Bitcoin. It's been doing a good job holding the $20,000 level. If a lot of people, I think, thought from a technical standpoint, okay, if Bitcoin drops below $20,000, uh-oh, here we go, we're going to fall a bunch. And that hasn't really been what's happened. I mean, we've certainly been under pressure every time we have been significantly below 20,000. But so far, it's been pretty steady in terms of that we've been able to hang out around there. Seekin saying bearish price target for Bitcoin is 13,000 and 9,000. Bullish is 300K. Wow, that's quite a range from Seekin in the chat. 9,000 to 300,000 on Bitcoin. Wow. The fact that the Fed determines monetary policy should be the reason for crypto to explode. I mean, that's the Fed's job, to determine monetary policy. All right, guys. I see Money Mitch hanging out in the background. Let's go ahead and get our nice little intro for our crypto event in coming up in December. Nice little promo video we've got for that. Again, Money Mitch, stock market movers will be starting up here any minute now. Should be a great show because we're doing the all-day stream now, guys. You do not need to redirect. You will just hang out here. Not need to go anywhere. Mitch is going to be talking to Randy Frederick, the managing director of trading and derivatives at Schwab. Let's go ahead and get our video pulled up here. Whoa.
What's going on, team? How we doing? Let's get right into the markets. You guys know it. With AB and Mitch, you guys are all you need, right? Let's get towards this market. You gonna vote today, AB? You old enough yet?
I'm old enough to vote. I got to get out there this afternoon. Yeah, That was my. I have way too many tabs. I don't know if you can see this, Mitch. I got way too many tabs open. So when I was trying to switch back, when I was trying to switch back to the thing, my computer froze out. Luckily, I had you in the background to save the day. But I'll let you take it away from here, man. I'll be hanging out though in the chat.
Have a good one, my friend. I'll see you a little bit later, AB. All right, let's get it to stock market movers. Today, we got a great show for you. Got to talk about the wild swings in crypto. Seems like it's all over the place. We'll talk about why. Of course, we'll get into the earning stocks. We got Activision Take-Two to talk about. We can also talk about the rotation to value. It seems like it's still in play. And today, we're still getting a rally. Green light on. I talked about it at the close yesterday. I'm starting to feel a little bullish. And of course, this could all change Thursday with a CPI report. But right now, it seems like this rally has some leg. We're starting to see stocks like Amazon that were beaten down, Google, Microsoft starting to bounce back, even Apple bouncing back. We need to keep eyes on what's going on with this rally. Does this rally truly have legs? We'll have to wait and ask Randy Frederick coming up at 1:15. Get ready for that. That's going to be fun to talk about. And of course, we got some other stocks to take a look at. We'll take a look at Mosaic. Why is it important to take a look at that? Solar Edge. How's solar doing today? A lot of trades out there, a lot of talk. We got a lot to get into it. It's Stock Market Movers, action-packed show ready for you guys. Let's get right to it. And of course, do me the favor, hit the thumbs up. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. Let's get right into this capitalism as I want to breathe it into this market. Let's go. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. It looks like everybody's minds are set on the wild swings in crypto. It's been a wild one indeed today. And why are things moving? Well, a lot on the deal from Binance and FTX. And a little part of me is here thinking like, did somebody know a little bit more than what was released? Because it took a long time for us to get that news. That news actually happened in the intraday action. And what I'm thinking is somebody knew about this. Somebody knew about those liquidity issues because it seemed to me like Bitcoin was coming down this morning. And I was left asking the question, why? And then quickly but surely, we got our answer on why it was going down, but we actually rebounded off of that down point. Why could this be? Well, sometimes bad news is good news is bad news. Another time where the catalyst gets a little conflicting here. Well, let's take a look at the charts, and you guys can see from the chart action in Coinbase today that we got the spike, right? Spike right back up towards the upside, but now heading right back down. This is why I'm a little bit concerned that some people are thinking that this kind of helped talk about the liquidity here, but really, I don't think this actually helps solve the challenge related to liquidity. If anything, this shows me more and more concerns for liquidity. I've been talking about this, waving the red flag wherever I can go. And the big thing here is that these platforms have seen like they've had so many issues that this is going to leave a long lasting and not a good taste in investors' mindset as they keep seeing the platforms just crumble underneath them. What has it been now? I mean, I can remember it was first Celsius. Then you had so many names, Voyager. There's so many names here that slowly but surely have either consolidated or disappeared, run out the window. So what does this show me? That I think that the crypto winter has just begun. Why? Because truly, they really haven't really gotten that demand destruction, I feel. Now you're going to really start seeing that demand destruction with only a couple of these platforms left. And I mean, yes, there's still many more left, but the big ones disappearing. I think that alone is going to scare investors for a while, it's not going to completely scare me away because I do want to get some exposure to Bitcoin. But at what price, right? At what price is the important part here. So we'll see what happens here in the wild swings of crypto, and what happens to FTX and some of these others out there is something to keep in mind. But also Robinhood took a hit on this. Why did Robinhood take a hit on this? Well, FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried revealed a 7.6% stake in Robinhood in May. And then it got turned around, of course, with this news. There's concerns. Will he get out of that stake? More than likely out of that stake. So we'll see what happens there. Robinhood, Coinbase, Bitcoin, what will happen to these stocks? I also saw the Bitcoin stocks moving with this. Look at that MSTR kind of getting the lift and then coming right back down. Mara, and then Riot today. They had bad earnings. It was starting to go down. It seemed to make sense. All of a sudden, a big spike comes in it. Why? The price of Bitcoin getting that spike in the news there. And yes, it got a little spike, but will this be a short-lived rally? I think this was a rally to get out on. We'll see what happens today. Coinbase definitely getting the lift off of that. And we'll see. Is this a negative in the industry or a positive? Some people are saying this helps solve challenges. I say this creates more. You guys let me know in the chat what you guys think. All right, getting out of the wild swings in crypto, let's take a look at the overall market action. You guys can see here, we're continuing the day on the upside. Talked about it yesterday that it seemed like we just don't want to go down. And the easiest path, the path of least resistance is actually towards the upside right now. Now, why could this be? Well, I talked about it yesterday that we're not really getting those Fed talks speaking. And the Fed talk, when it's quiet, it seems like we're really getting the stock market to push up. So what does that show me? That the headwinds of interest rates are what's holding this market back. This market wants to rip, but it cannot as long as the Fed keeps fighting it down. Now, of course, what do we need to be looking at? CPI report on Thursday. If that for some reason comes in light, we could be back to 400. There's no reason not to think that we can't go back to 400 on the SPY if we get a low CPI report, right? But what if it comes in hot? What happens then? Then we get the knockdown right back down. What if we get some Fed talk to start turning us to the downside? This is why I think we need to continue watching to see what happens in the Fed situation. And of course, economic data. That's going to rule them all. We'll talk about some economic data coming up with Randy at 1:15. All right, let's keep going. Let's get into some other headlines. Of course, we can get into some of the stocks that had some earnings today. Of course, let's go to Take-Two first. I mean, we can talk about Activision, but there's really not much going on there, as Activision does say that the $69 billion sale to Microsoft remains on track for June close. So I'd keep on watch what happens there. But until that kind of deal closes or doesn't close, I don't think you'll see much movement in Activision. Let's go to Take-Two here, as it did get the bounce off of the bad earnings report. And I had the feeling, to get appreciated in the actual open market. But you guys see here, it definitely took the big hit. And I was calling for it yesterday at the close because it just seems like computer demand is down. Why would gaming be up? And we got that answer. It's not up right here. Q2 adjusted EPS coming in at $1.30, missing the $1.37 estimate. Sales at $1.5 billion. Missed the $1.55 billion estimate. So we'll see what happens here. Take-Two Interactive sees full year 23 revenue at $5.41 billion to a high end of $5.51 billion versus the $5.89 billion estimate. So it looks like they lowered their full year 23 outlook. And that just goes to show us that what? Well, then Take-Two is going to be struggling with their revenue next year. And what we're going to see is that gaming demand is down. We need to see this kind of turn around, turn the story around. I think that you'll also see this kind of affect EA to the downside in the long run, as you're seeing what is seen here as a weak gaming market. And this could come dragging right back down. Has a 200-day and it's hanging on. But if this kind of falls down from here, it could easily be right back down towards that 120 area. We'll see what happens on these gaming stocks. SE is another one you guys can look at, see if that kind of turns around. But you guys can see that chart. it's been disaster in C Limited. All right, let's keep going. We'll go to another area here before our first interview. That's going to be at 1:15. Stick around, team. We got a lot to talk about here. And if there's a stock that's catching your eyes, definitely let me know in the chat, and we'll make sure to go right to it. So take two, definitely one to keep on watch. We'll see what happens here. Let's go to the next stock that was on my radar, which is going to be Mosaic. Of course, MOS. And look at that little reversal. I was looking to see if we were going to fill in the gap today. And we kind of created this on the 8th. We're looking for it. Can we get that gap filled, right? Well, there you guys see it. It got right back up there. And the reason I was looking at this stock, of course, they had earnings, and we can give their numbers here. Let's give it EPS at $3.22, missing the $3.42 estimate. Sales at $5.35 billion, missing the $5.76 billion estimate. Mosaic did say that Potash maintains expectations that the annual production from Belarus would be down 8 million tons. So it looks there like you guys are seeing the supply issues really coming back into play and showing that the long term is probably towards the upside right here. The reason I'm bringing this up, I did get the question on IPI. What would happen to Intrepid here? Will it kind of make the move back into the gap zone? It's something to keep watch. Agricultural inputs is an area that I'm definitely keeping a close eye on. You can see here also CF is another one that kind of moves with Mosaic. We'll see if these can continue running. Having a good day there, agricultural inputs. All right, getting out of Mosaic, and I can get into a lot of other charts, and we'll save some of these earning stocks. We still got a lot more to talk about. We'll get into Solar Edge. We'll talk about Lyft. We'll get into TripAdvisor and Planet Fitness. There's some other stocks. Riot Blockchain, we already talked about that. We'll see what happens in the crypto craziness that we have right now. But let's get to our first interview today. Like always, this is when we go ahead and get to the expert opinions to keep you in the informational edge here on Benzinga. Let's get right to our interview today. All right, let's bring on Randy Frederick here. Appreciate you coming back on, Managing Director and Trading Derivatives at Schwab Center. Welcome back on.
Thanks for having me back, Mitch. Great to be with you again.
Of course, it looks like this rally has some legs. What are you seeing in this rally?
Well, I kind of thought we would see a little bit of sideways quiet movement as we approach the election results, which we may not get fully tonight. And then I've been a believer for many weeks, and I've been saying this, that we could very well get a rally after the election. And the reality is it doesn't really matter what happens, what the outcome is. I think the foregone, or at least the consensus perspective is that the Republicans are going to take over the House. There's a potential that they take over the Senate as well. But again, from the market's perspective, from the perspective of an investor, I don't know really that that's important. What is important is the fact that this particular election has been a source of anxiety for many months that's been making people unhappy and uncomfortable and uncertain. Markets tend to be worried about uncertainty. And once a result is known, once an outcome occurs, kind of like when we have a Fed meeting, everybody worries about it before it happens. And then once it's done and the news is out and everybody knows, then it's kind of over. And there's a lot of pent up demand in this market. Even the rumor of good news, whether it's from China or whatever it might be, has often caused the dip buyers to step in. And it's kind of a coiled spring right now. That doesn't mean we're going to have a massive rally that takes us to new highs by the end of the year. I don't think that's likely, but I do think it's very possible we could see the S&P 500 somewhere in that maybe 4,000 to 4,200 range post-election. And there are a number of reasons. On an annual basis, we are approaching the most bullish period of the year, usually the last 6 to 8 weeks of the year. We also know that historically, going back to about 1950, every post-midterm election, the markets have rallied pretty sharply for the next 6 to 12 months. That has also come up. And the fact that the S&P 500 is already down 20% year to date provides a lot more potential upside opportunity than there would be in a normal year like last year, for example, when you're already at record highs.
I think that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. Now, one thing that I'm looking at right now is the recent data points, right? Like I'm just trying to focus. Can we just get some data points to start agreeing with the outlook of the Fed pausing, or maybe at least thinking of slowing down the rate of the hike rates? And we just got recent data like the non-farm and GDP. What do you think how those played out?
Well, the non-farm payrolls continue to be fairly strong, and it shows that the labor market's still pretty tight. And we know that that's the case. And I know the Fed doesn't intentionally want to see unemployment rate go up, but I think it realizes that that's almost an inevitable. And again, because we're at record low levels of unemployment, there's a little bit of upside potential there. The other thing is, the GDP number went pretty sharply positive after 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. Now, that may not be an official recession, but it's certainly a technical recession, which means we are now back out of a recession. Whether it's officially declared or not, it won't matter. It's already over at this point. That doesn't mean we couldn't potentially end up in one next year. And I do have concerns about that, because in the same way that the Fed was way late, I believe, in starting to hike interest rates because it was insistent on the fact that inflation was transitory, I think it's also now probably going to overshoot and hike too much. And the reason I say that is that when rates start going up, it really only shows itself immediately in places like the housing market. As interest rates shot up quickly, as we know, mortgage rates doubled very fast. The housing market, which was going gangbusters, quickly reversed course and is now pulled back. That's okay. I don't think anyone really expected a 30, 35, 40% year over year gain in housing prices was sustainable. So even if we get back 10, maybe 15% or so of that, we'll still be net positive by a pretty fair amount over the last couple of years. But all the rest of the parts of the economy, these higher interest rates don't really start to filter through for many, many months. So by the time we get real good, solid, substantive data to show that the Fed's actions are taking effect, it may be too late and the Fed may have already overshot. And I think that's what sets us up for this potential recession that many people are talking about that might come into play sometime in Q2, maybe by Q3 of next year. I don't think that's an inevitability, but I do think it's a risk. But that, thinking about this from the short term, I don't see a whole lot of challenges between now and year end. And as I said, there's a lot of potential upside right now. And with the consumer still strong and this market kind of compressed, there's room, I think, to move higher here.
Yeah, it seems like the path of least resistance is actually right now to the upside, which is a little bit different in the environment that we've been in. Now, one thing that I'm keeping a close eye, of course, CPI coming out on Thursday. We'll keep watch to see if we get it, hot or light. I would like to hear how you're leaning towards the report, and how should traders kind of work on that? What is really kind of going to be that moment where if you saw, let's say, maybe, what is it, over year, is it a 7%? Is it a 6%? Where you'll really start thinking that the Fed will start leaning towards that pause?
And well, the challenge we've had for the last 2 CPI reports is that while the headline year over year CPI has come down, the core has been stubbornly high. The expectation, I think, for this week is that we're going to see a drop of about 7.9% to about 7.9% from about 8.2% on the headline. That won't be the big deal. The big deal will be what the Fed pays the most attention to, which is the core. And I know the core doesn't include food and energy. And if you ask any consumer, food and energy are a huge part of their budgets. So that hurts quite a bit. That's only expected to drop about 1/10. That's a positive move, certainly in the right direction from where we'd like it to be. But I don't think that's enough to really spark a whole lot of excitement in the markets. If we could get to see it drop down to maybe 6.4, 6.3, that would be a real positive sign for the equities. And I think we'd see a pretty sharp rally, because it would imply, again, that what the Fed is doing is finally starting to take hold. If you take a look at the futures markets, for the last 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, there was a virtual 100% probability of getting a 3/4 point hike. And of course, that's what we got, 4 of them in a row. At the moment, the probability of another 3/4 point hike on December the 14th is only about 25%. Historically, if you go back to the however long these futures markets have been around on that particular issue, which isn't that long, you never get the move unless that probability exceeds 60%. At 25%, and I know we do have a CPI this week. We've also got a PPI. We got another PCE. We got another labor market report. We got all these things that are going to have to come out. Actually, a couple of those before the next Fed meeting. But at the moment, the odds-on favorite is that we'll get a 0.5 point. Now, you want to call that a pivot? I don't know if I'd call it a pivot. The Fed's just basically slightly taking its foot off the gas and slowing it down a little. But it is an acknowledgement, I think, from the Fed, if that happens, that we've pushed really hard on this. We've tried to front load it, as they've been saying, and now we're finally starting to see a little bit of the results. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't, if we got another hot CPI number, say a month from now, that they couldn't then accelerate it again. But at least in the very near term, again, it's another one of those potential catalysts that I think could spark a nice year end, or what you want to call it, a Santa Claus rally.
All right, and I'll get a little bit out of the equity markets. I know there was a lot of talk today with the Binance move and FTX. I wonder if any of your thoughts on cryptocurrency here. Do you have any thoughts here, Randy?
Yeah, I mean, crypto is one of the areas that I cover for Schwab, and it's been interesting because for 5-6 years now, we talked about how insanely volatile cryptocurrencies were, especially Bitcoin in particular. And yet in the last 4 months, it's been virtually exactly the opposite. We have had a very, very quiet sideways move in many of these cryptocurrencies. But look, I don't know about you. Even if cryptocurrencies ultimately end up being a substantial portion of the monetary unit of which global business is done at some point down the road, we're not there yet. I don't think 9,600 different currencies can actually exist all at the same time. Yeah. So inevitably, some of these smaller ones, some of the ones that are, I won't use the term, but the less than realistic coins, then we know which ones we're talking about, go away. But even the bigger ones, even if you look at the top dozen or so, which all have overall market caps exceeding $1 billion, there's like 40 of them, there's going to have to be consolidation at some point. There's just simply not enough big enough pie to slice all these things up that many ways. So what we see going on right now, I think with Binance and with FTX, is not surprising. And especially when you take into account the fact that the leaders of those two companies have also been on somewhat of a buying spree. They've been out there bailing out other companies that have gotten into trouble, whether that's in traditional finance or in crypto finance. So it's inevitable that this kind of stuff is going to happen. We've seen some major blowups, as you know very well, the Terra Luna and everything associated with that. It's not surprising that stuff's going to happen. And especially when these things have been just floating along at a rate that's about 60 to 70% lower than where they were a year ago. So that inevitable volatility, that sort of shaking out of the weaker players, the M&A activity, all of that stuff is going to continue and continue. And next year, when some of this pending legislation that's out there, the Finance Modernization Act and those sort of things come into play, I think you're going to see even more of that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned, is this truly the beginning of the crypto winter? With all these kind of platforms running into issues, will the investors kind of have that sour taste and not want to go back into that space? Do you feel that this is going to have longer term effects, Randy?
Well, I think some of that sour taste is already there. As I said, the majority of the biggest coins are down anywhere from 60 to 75% over the last 12 to 18 months or so. And the volumes overall have come way down. You have a lot of buy and hold people out there. You got a lot less traders. The people who are buy and holders are the ones that bought in very early. Think about back to Bitcoin, people that were buyers back when it was $1 a coin or even down to just a few pennies or less. They have a huge incentive to keep these coins' values high because they're sitting on enormous unrealized gains out there, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in many cases. And what's fascinating to me about this industry is that it was born in the aftermath, in the burning rubble, if you will, of the great financial crisis because of the distrust of Wall Street and the major banks. And the last thing it wanted was any sort of government oversight or government regulation. And yet now, because the winter, which I would disagree that we're not entering the winter, we've been in the winter for the last 12 months or more. The thing it needs most is the thing it was created to avoid, which is government intervention, government regulation, and ultimately that's where it gets mainstream legitimacy. Overall, assets invested in crypto from traditional finance still only represents about 3% of all of the money that's out there in that. To get that larger, and I think they need that, ultimately they're going to have to get more legitimacy, more credibility, and they have to reduce the systemic risk. And to this day, pricing risk everybody has when they invest. Systemic risk is not yet controlled.
Definitely. That's the key there. And that'll bring the investors back if they're able to fix that systemic risk. Appreciate you, like always, Randy, coming on and talking about different areas, whether it be from stocks all the way to crypto. Thank you for coming on.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one, Randy. All right, there you guys have it. And I appreciated getting into some crypto talk there. Like always, I think it's so interesting that the crypto environment was for so long deemed kind of like an uncorrelated asset, kind of that inflation hedge, right? Well, it seems like it hasn't really been that. And it's almost been that the markets are kind of really correlated with Bitcoin. And I think a lot of that has the outlook that wasn't the intention of what was created there in these digital coins. It was kind of to get away from the other kind of markets. This is why I'm trying to see if there's ever going to be this separation again, where maybe our markets are going up and crypto's going down, or maybe crypto's going down and our markets, or maybe crypto finally comes up and then our markets head down. It seems like they're just so tightly correlated right now. And I'm keeping my eye on if any of this correlation is going to change. All right, let's get to some other areas in stocks. We'll go to some other earnings reports. There's a lot to talk about. Let's go to Solar Edge. I think Solar Edge is definitely an important stock to take a look at. Let's go towards it. SEDG. Let's take a look at solar today. It's definitely getting a lift, a bounce here after the earnings. It was already getting a push here after hours and continued into the open market here. Adjusted EPS at 91 cents, missing the $1.44 estimate. Sales at 836.72 million, beating the 822.37 million estimate. They did raise their Q4 sales, so that's a good outlook there. And that gave it the lift. That really gave it the nice little push. It did push some other stocks in solar, and I think that's an important thing also to catch. And it looks like the SPY, man, lately, right now, I'm just catching it now, it's really getting hit on the 5-minute. I don't know what just happened at around 115, but that is a downturn there in the markets. I'm going to use my Benzinga Pro to see if I see any news here coming into the SPY. But if you guys see anything, let me know, because that's a hard downside action move right now. Looks like Russia to resume nuclear talks as the Ukraine war rages on. Yeah, not good news there if that's what we're getting there. Looks like Russia flew 140 million in cash and selection of captured UK and US weapons to Iran in return for dozens of deadly drones for its war in Ukraine. Looks like there's some definitely some news coming out right there about Ukraine and Russia. That might be affecting the stocks right now, but definitely hard downside action hit. All right, well, let's get back to Solar Edge there. I'm sorry about interrupting Solar Edge there, but definitely market's getting hit right now. Let's go to solar stocks up in the industry about 5.4 overall. You see SPWR also had a really good day. One that I was looking at for a nice move was Run. That one didn't have a bad move out the gates, but also said keep your eyes on the leadership, right? First Solar, we want to see that continue staying in the green. If that can stay in the green, well, we can still get some lift in these solar stocks. ENPH, another one. If that can get back into the 300s, it won't be looking bad for a push back out. We'll see what happens there on Enphase. Solar will tank. No one paying to have panels put on their homes. Lucky to be able to stay in their homes. That is true, thinking about it. And what can I say? Might need to think about it, you know? But one thing that I would say too is, yeah, I definitely do think that you're 100% right. These solar panels, the only way they get put up a lot of the times is because of the government subsidies. So unless there's massive subsidies, and there is some more with the climate talk, right? I think that's going to give the lift. But how long will that take? That's also an outlook that we need to keep in mind. And when these solar stocks go, they go really fast. Now, there is some people, of course, stepping up to the plate, need him maintaining a buy on Solar Edge technology, but lowering the price target to 370 for SEDG. And so keep your mind on that. 370, though, that's still ways away from here. We'll have to see what happens there in Solar Edge technology. All right, well, that's getting some lift there. Let's keep going. Let's get to some other stocks. And, of course, what was hot and what was not, everybody's favorite segment. I'll actually go ahead and start going into what was hot and what was not today. And then we can take a look at Lyft, TripAdvisor, Planet Fitness a little bit later in the show. Let's go into what was hot and what was not. This is where we take a look at the sectors and the industries that are moving on the day. If you take a look here, basic materials is leading us up from the open. What did well here Well, it was all about the gold trade. Yes, I'll say it here.
I love
Gold getting the lift today. Not a bad little move there. Been watching gold to see if it would take off, and the dollar dropping today fast really gave us the lift that we needed to see in the industry. NEM taking a 6.4% day, 7% day for GOLD, AEM 6% day, WPM, look at that, almost 6% day there. AU, one that I like, 7.4%. Not a bad move there for these gold stocks as they took off with the dollar coming down. We'll see what happens here in these gold plays, but also silver getting a lift here. I talked about PAAS. Look at that, get the lift. MAG, another one today getting some lift here. AG, also getting the lift. I think a lot of this has to just do with the dollar index. So keep your eyes on that DXY. DXY is moving all over the place, but it's around 109.55 today. And if it can close towards the 108, it's going to be looking good for a little push here in gold and silver. Not bad ones to keep a mind on. Looks like Market Fiend TV just cashed out on those SPY puts. Hey, take that money and run. Why the market tanked? I agree with you, Kenny. I've been looking for myself. I've been taking a close eye. I see some Russian news out there, but I just think that you're running into the election volatility. One areas that I would keep watch are the big stocks. When these big stocks move, that's the important thing to really catch, because if we can catch these big stocks and where they're going, I think that's going to be the important thing to kind of work out here. Another thing to look at is we did get a lot of volume spike earlier when this coin kind of thing happened. Now you're seeing these stocks sell right back off. Well, this could be the move right back down here in cryptocurrency and, of course, the overall market. Take a look at Bitcoin to see if that's starting to head down fast. I'm going to take a look here on my other charting. And, yeah, you can see how that's kind of really taken a hard downturn in the last kind of like 15 minutes to an hour. So I'm going to pull up that chart here for you guys so you guys can take a look at Bitcoin. I think this is having a major effect on the markets right now. And you guys can see this hard downturn here. I'll show you guys it. Let me just pull in my Benzinga Pro because that charting service doesn't have Bitcoin. There you guys see that downturn right around 12 o'clock. It just started going right back down. And I think in the long run, Bitcoin's a little bit of concern here. I think it eventually breaks through this 18,000 support. And if it breaks there, where does it stop on the downside? And it's interesting to see Bitcoin, getting into that red. Will it just drag the market? I just talked about how correlated the market is right now with Bitcoin. We'll just have to wait and see if we can keep watch on what's going on in the SPY and Bitcoin overall. All right, pulling this to the side here. Let's continue going in what was hot and what was not. Basic materials also doing well. We talked about agricultural input. Copper having a good day. SCCO continuing the push that we've been looking at here on Money Mitch. We've been calling out this level around the 50 for the push. It did that push and more from the earnings, pulled back towards the low, 51.27 today, 51.37. Found that low right off of that, push right back towards the 55. FCX, another one that's been pushing strong here. Looks like you're definitely getting a trend in copper to the upside. Chemical names having a really good day today. SQM getting a nice little push. Talked about this stock just today. I talked about how it could get a continued lift. It did get that lift here. Push towards that 106. ALB is another one. Keep in watch. These lithium names really getting a nice little lift today. We've been keeping a close eye on these. PLL is definitely one that I'm keeping a close eye. MP materials. There's so many here that you guys can keep watch. Lithium, Lavincorp. There's a lot to keep watch on these lithium names. And I would see these as definitely plays to keep watch with the chemicals, industrial metals, and minerals also having a good day there today. You see Vale. CCJ, the uranium play, starting to make its way back. And now I'm starting to think, okay, now we're looking a little bit better on the CCJ as we get back towards the 25, close the gap here, and then really start holding 25. It'll be looking good. We'll see what happens on these. PLL definitely 6.2% day. Keeping a close eye on the monthly chart on PLL. PLL, I think it's trading really well off the monthly chart. And when we get this break through the 70, it's going to be really good look here on Piedmont Lithium. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some other names. We stated earlier in the chat that the market was terribly overbought. Yeah, it was overbought to the upside, at least in the short term. But that could always drive a little higher, right? Markets usually don't really sell off normally just in the intraday because they're overbought or oversold, at least in my mentality. On a daily outlook, yes, that kind of makes sense. But overall, it's still in the green today and above the 50-day moving average. That's what's really holding it on the bottom side. That's around the 378.69. All right, we'll see what else is going on here. Let's go to healthcare as that's having a good day today. Let's take a look at some of the names that are having a good day here. UNH continuing in the green. J&J looking well, starting to hold a 200-day really well there. Lilly trying to continue that move up. Pfizer setting up for a nice little move back higher. This is one that I definitely would keep on my radar. Look at the hourly chart. Look how you have this kind of trend line that you're running right into, and then you bounce right off of that. That's what I look for a lot of the times. When we're getting these breaks of the trend, we want to see that push up and then a pullback right to it and then hold for that next extension back up to the 48. Now hold the duck and quack of the duck all out there. What the duck is going on? What do you need, my friend? You want to take a look at Rivian? I have no problem taking a look at Rivian. Hey, Mitch, do you look at the sectors charts and try to find early rotation signals and get in early? If so, I want to know how to do it. Literally what I love doing, Seekin. Literally. That's it. That's my game. That's my swing trading game. Trying to be looking at the sectors and industries, looking for things to set up, especially when no one's talking about it. When you hear that nobody's talking about these, that's when you definitely want to have them on your radar. Quack the duck. I got you on Rivian coming up right now. But on names like, let's say, industrials. Industrials have been slowly but surely making a move up on the daily chart. And if you look at the sector overall, the sector has been holding really well on a monthly. And if you want to go even further on a quarterly and looking like it's starting to really push towards the high. Well, names like this is what I try to find. And then I'd be moving my way back. Well, what industry is moving? Because I don't want to look at the stocks. I want to look at the industries. So I can look here to the right and I pull up my industries and I say, all right, well, what's been doing well in volume or what's been doing well on change, right? And you can see farm and heavy construction here is up a pretty decent amount on volume buzz. And that shows me more and more how I need to keep this on my radar. Take a look at this monthly chart. Look how this is really starting to push up here. And now it's starting to hold the pullbacks after a recent breakdown and really starting to take off. So stocks like Deere, stocks like Cat look really good to me. And this is how I find rotation. And then sometimes play the leader laggard. The leader laggard is looking at the lead and then looking for stocks to catch up. I saw DE, I saw Cat, and what did I think? Well, let me just go to the industry and take a look at the leading cap. So why not Picard catching a little bit of a push lately? And then we started looking at Picard for a nice run. You can see here, we've been looking at this little push to push above the 95, now going towards that 100. This is another one that could continue to run. And what is it? It's under the table. They're not even looking at it under the hood. This is why it's important to catch the sector rotation. Let's go to Rivian here. Rivian here is one that I like overall. Long term, I like the story. I got to say, I think that Rivian knows exactly what they're doing with their EVs. They've had a lot of time to really kind of master their space. And I think they're going to do really great. But the only thing that I think is a big concern with Rivian is what kind of time period we're in. We're in a high interest rate environment. So what does that mean? Let's say if you wanted to renew your fleet right now and you were trying to get a bunch of the Rivian, maybe it's the truck, and you're trying to add it to your business. Well, are you going to be willing to pay 10% interest rate on all these trucks? No, The truth is, you're going to wait until the interest rates come down, and then you'll do big orders from Rivian, right? Well, that's something to keep in mind here. And I think that that's something that everybody should be looking at when you're thinking about companies. And does this require a heavy investment? And is this an investment period? I don't think it's an investment time. You got to wait for the business cycle to play out a little bit. In a couple of years, I think Rivian's going to be an amazing pick, but it's going to take a little bit to get through this inflationary period where you start seeing interest rates actually come down. And when interest rates start coming down, that's when I definitely will be looking at stocks like Rivian and these EVs to really get the lift and the adoption that we're expecting. All right, let's go. Let's get out of Rivian. Hope you enjoyed that. Quack the duck. I got you, my friend. Interest rates could hurt auto and put time, perhaps. Yeah, definitely. That's what I would look at, because how is that going to play into the decision making of buying these EVs, right? So companies will have to weigh that. Is this the right time for the right interest rate to be buying so many, renewing our fleet? No, I would think, okay, I'm going to wait till interest rates come down and then I'll renew the fleet. They can handle another year or two if that's what's going to get it at a, let's say, half the interest rate, right? 10 and 5%, huge differences when you're talking about a lot of money. All right, we'll see what else is going on. I still see TV ads giving out cash back and no interest. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how banks still don't even give you money, even though the interest rates are going higher. Let's take a look at the cannabis names. I did see the cannabis names were getting some lift today. Full disclosure, I still have a swing on Tilray. So I'll take a look at Tilray, but CGC getting a hard downturn with that downturn in the market. Tilray pulling back. It got up there almost to 395. I'm just like break even now. I have 78s. For a little while there, I was up about like 4%, but I'm just looking for this to push. Looking to see if any of these cannabis names we're going to get running. Why? Well, marijuana legalization proposals on the ballot for Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, North Dakota, and South Dakota. So I thought maybe, who knows? Maybe these could get the lift and start pushing. We'll see what happens on these names. Can they get the lift or not? I know Grow Generations were getting the push because of their earnings. They had a nice little push. Now pulling back. We'll see if it holds the 425 and gets the next push towards the upside. Jay talking about a healthcare name. I see you in the chat there. Amgen, not a bad one to keep on watch. Looking like it wants to come back through 300. This has been one that we've been watching kind of hold the 9 EMA on any pullbacks. You can see it pushes, expands, holds a 9 EMA, expands, holds a 9 EMA. Now you're really getting that expansion up. Not a bad move there in Amgen. And this is why healthcare. They've been so strong. Got to keep these names in your forefront, because I think they still got some more room to run if they'd like to. I'm sure the kind of the road is open for them. Look at Gilead. Look at this move that it's put in. It doesn't move like this, guys. Look at that weekly move. That just shows me more and more how we need to pay attention to these healthcare stocks. All right, let's keep going. Let's go into what was getting hit today. What was not hot? What was not hot was energy. Finally, the oil names starting to turn around, but really not breaking down, just going kind of like sideways. Look at the XOM. Look at Chevron, sideways action. But I think slowly but surely, towards the end of the day, you might see a leak in these oil names. We'll see what happens. They definitely have made a big run. EOG is one that I've been keeping a close eye on to see if it was going to make another run. It's battling right here towards yesterday's high, 147 pretty much. If it can't get back up there and close up there, it could keep coming down. And you can see the 147, how it's trying to hold that pullback. All right, let's keep going. We'll see what else out there is going on. Bought a leap put on XOM. Not a bad outlook thinking about it. We'll see what happens in these oil names. Will they keep coming down? And if you're looking for a daily way to play these, you can also look at the drip, right? Not a bad outlook there. All right, consumer cyclical, also not the strongest area right now. What is weak there? What is strong? Well, weak is residential construction, auto manufacturers, Tesla still in the red, even though it's trying to get through. It's trying to get into the green today. Specialty retail, of course, Baba, Amazon in this camp, JD, not the area that I want to kind of be in right now, but definitely is trying to make a little bit of a comeback right now. But that's just because we've been seeing the bounce. But look at that sell-off from an Amazon. That's a little bit concerning to me. That shows me more and more, are we going to ever really kind of hold these gains? And if CPI comes in hot, watch out. Katie barred the door. We're going right back down. All right, let's keep going. Let's get to some other stocks. It's about 147 here. So I'm going to do you guys a favor and get to some ticker time. So if you guys got tickers you guys want to check out, throw it up. If not, I'll just keep rolling through on other names that I got on earnings. So let's go to Lyft. Lyft not getting the lift it needed and continuing down towards $11 now. Look at this downturn. This is why I talk about that. I can't get these stocks even if someone else bought them for me. Lyft, Uber, I would really try to stay away from these names myself. I've been telling myself to not get in these names because I just don't believe in their story. I don't see the profitability. I don't see the regulation going in their direction in the long run. It looks like gig workers are going to be considered more like regular workers. And I think this is an important thing to keep in mind. Lyft earnings here, EPS at 10 cents, beating the 7-cent estimate. Sales missing at 1.05 billion, missed the 1.06 billion estimate. They did see Q4 sales lower and also sees full year adjusted EBITDA at 280 million to 300 million with a 7% margin. So they don't make too much. They don't have much there on the margins. All right, looks like you guys are throwing up some stocks. I got you guys. I'll take a look at them right now. But definitely Lyft getting destroyed off of these earnings and continuing the downside action. Uber, I think, is on the same boat and will probably, even though it got this gap, probably give it up. I'll be looking for this to kind of fill the gap right back to the downside. We'll see what happens on Uber. All right, let's keep going. We can take a look at some of the stocks that you guys are mentioning in the chat. I got you, team. That's what it's about here also. Let's go towards that. That's going to be Roblox. Roblox is kind of battling right now. Looks like it wanted to come back up, but it's just been in a longer bear trend. And I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind is that it really truly hasn't come out of this trend. And I don't do this often, but I'll just delete all the lines just so that we can get a clean outlook here. Let's just draw it how it is, right? There's some support here from the opening price. There's some resistance there. And we don't even have to draw above that because the price action is all below this, right? So let's go to the next level. Well, you got some support here. Did it become resistance? Yes, it became resistance right here around the 563. It went towards a high of 53.88. So that just shows us more and more. There's some resistance above, closer towards the 50. Now I'll pull it. I can pull this down towards the bodies here and start showing, okay, so there's more resistance in the 51, 53s. Now we did come down to here and started bouncing off of those levels. We bounced off of this. Now we need to see, will we come back down to take this on the downside? Now you can see how this is kind of still in a bearish trend. This is the bearish trend. It got a bounce, pull back down, a little bit of a bounce, just kind of building up, but still in this kind of bearish pattern. Until it gets out of this, we're still in that kind of bearish outlook towards the downside. If this can come up and close above 51.50s towards the 60s, well, there you go. You break out of the bear pattern and you get back into you can get back into a bullish pattern. But right now, Roblox is saying we might need to be heading out the door. Snow, same thing, right? Everyone liked this one, but look where it's at now, right back down towards those 130s. You got to be careful. Unity breaking through those lows, couldn't hold those 30s. Now down towards 23. This is one that even I might think about taking a shot, but just the question is at what valuation and when does it make sense? It's now down to some new lows. All right, got some other stocks to get into. I got you guys there. I'll keep going. Let's go to Veru. Veru is one that I traded yesterday, full disclosure. Got that one on a nice upside tape. Was able to nail that one. Today, this one pulled back. This is why I like the hourly charts. Hourly charts give you a lot of the time some good risk to return. And so on today's stock, if you like Veru, because it went up to 16, you could have been looking for a pullback to the support And I'll kind of make this thicker here so you guys can see how it pulls back into that level. So you're looking at that level today. You're like, okay, you drew that level and you're like, all right, well, if I can get a pullback close to that, maybe I can risk off of that. Well, right here, you went to a low of 1402. Where was the hourly support? 1398. So you could have got in there at like 14, maybe 1403, maybe 1405, risking about maybe 20 cents for a move back to 15, which is a 5-to-1 outlook. You don't even need to get to 16. At 15, 20-cent risk, you got a nice 5-to-1 outlook. That's the type of stocks that I like getting, and especially this Vergu, not a bad little move up there to 1550. I'd probably already be out of the trade on that first little break, but it doesn't look too bad if it holds here, holds the VWAP here, pull back towards 1485, and then takes that next leg up. But there has been a couple of resistance tries, so keep that in mind. If you can't get through, let's say, getting through this high and getting back up there towards the 1560s, you could break down towards the 14. All right, getting out of this talk, we'll keep going towards some other stocks. So close to pulling the trigger on Lyft yesterday. Yeah, it's a hard one to pull the trigger to the downside, especially after we've already had a lot of downside, but definitely it wasn't a bad stock to get short on. Hims and Hers is up there towards $6 today. Got a little bit of a spike. Was this an earnings? I didn't catch this one, so I'm just going to use Benzinga Pro to kind of help me out here. That's one thing that I do have is a tool like Benzinga Pro to help me out on days like today. So let's see. Yes, we do got the earnings here. Looks like they see Q4 revenue at 159 to 162 million versus the 134 million estimate. So at least their Q4 revenue outlook seems very positive. One thing that I would mention with Hims and Hers, right? Hims and Her Health is, does this have maybe some seasonality play to it? A lot of these could maybe be gifts for the holidays, right? Maybe that's what we're seeing here. Maybe there's some seasonality play to it. Not saying that this is truly it, but one thing that even I am going to keep watch. Thank you, Hertz, for bringing it up. We'll see what happens there in Hims. All right, let's get towards some other stocks. I'm definitely going to keep watch on that Hims. It's not a bad chart. It's starting to reverse a little bit. Really, it needs to start holding towards the 7 for us to really start getting back. But caught the bounce today. And not a bad outlook. Really, it's still in the red, so you got to be careful about that EPS. But it did beat on EPS and beat on sales. So you can't look bad, at least right now, on Hims and Hers. It's still in the red. Just needs to make some more money to get the EPS into the positive. All right, what does the chat think about Fiverr? Killed? Yes. I'm sure they'll probably say yes, but I take a look. Fiverr is down there towards 28.11 after this had gone to 300. It's incredible, guys. Incredible to look at charts like this. I mean, I can't tell you much about a stock that's down 91.69%. This is definitely something that I think will get underneath their IPO, could even get as low underneath 25.55. Whew, could keep coming down. This is one that I'd stay away. I'd just stay away. I couldn't even go back to this even if they started looking better. All right, we'll see what else is going on Fiverr. Valentine's Day stock. Something to keep in mind. Not a bad one to keep in mind. Hims and Hers. Okay. Maybe it does better in Valentine's. Not a bad outlook there. Let's go to Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness had their earnings today. Let's give those numbers here. So Planet Fitness numbers coming in here at 42 cents, beating the estimate of 38 cents. Sales at 244.4 million, beating the 234.99 million estimate. So not a bad outlook here on Planet Fitness. I know that Bank had mentioned that they see this as a little bit of recession proof. I'll tell you one thing. Planet Fitness is probably still trying to keep their customer base, right? But one thing that at least Planet Fitness has for them is you can downgrade for even as low as $10 a month. And that's really cheap. You know, it's pretty cheap there. to really have kind of access to a gym. So this is not a bad one. I'd keep it on watch. Having a really good day on the 15-minute, pushed up there to 69. We'll see if it pulls back here and then gives you that chance for the breakout through 70. Planet Fitness. We'll see. I've been to Planet Fitness. It's not a bad gym. It's just, a little bit smaller, missing some of the weights, but only $10, right? Can't go wrong there. All right, let's check in on the overall market. Are we still leaking there? Yes, we are leaking right back down towards the 380s, 87. When we were just up there towards the 385s. In perspective, since the show kind of started, or even just from around 150, around 115 towards right now when the show started, we're down about 1%, almost 4.22 on the SPY. So keep it on watch right now. Things turning back towards the downside. We'll see what happens in Apple as it keeps coming down, and some of the major names right back into the red. Even these names can't hold, guys. When these names can't hold, we're going to go right back into the red. You can see these names just leaking out. TSM still looking like it wants to leak out. SOXS probably looking interesting. There you guys see it. That spike there. We'll see if this can continue going. Maybe it's some SARK action. See what happens on Tuttle. ARK was getting a nice little rip today. Now pulling back. We'll see if it can catch the bounce here and keep moving. Stocks in ARK that are moving. DNA moving up today. PACB. But, of course, we'll keep watch to see if any of these can actually hold some of these rallies. It's just been very short-lived. All right, getting out of the stock talk, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today. It's about 1:58. You guys know what's coming up next. None other than the roadmap action. You don't go anywhere, team. We got a lot on right here on Benzinga. Going to make sure I get that signed up. There you go. Got that redirect set up for you. Massive crypto news, top projects and headlines, and, of course, all that is going on in the NFT space. Come check it out on the roadmap. That's coming up next. And I will see you guys a little bit later after that on At the Close, and we'll take a look, see how the elections are going, see if we can get some vote data. We'll see what happens out in this market. A lot to talk about with Joel Elconin on At the Close. Up next, roadmap. Don't go anywhere. Hit that redirect, and I'll see you guys talking about some NFT action with none other than Chris Ketchy. See you guys there, team.
We'll be right back.